Good morning, one and all. So today we'll be having the first session by Martin Barr. So Martin will be giving a recorded session. So after that, he is also available for the Q&A. So Martin will introduce you initially. So before that, you wanna switch on your video and say something about the recorded session?
I don't know what else I should say. My name is Martin Baer, yeah, I hope you will enjoy the talk. And
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Martin. So I invite Dr. Renee Kicharian to formally introduce Martin Baer.
Good morning. Thank you, Jacob. Martin is a free software and open source developer, trainer, and mentor. Martin has been using and contributing to free software for more than 20 years. He has lived in 4 continents, and wherever he went, he was active in the local free software community. He eventually settled in China, where he now lives with his children, running a small software development company. He continued to be active in the free software community, running the Beijing GNOME Linux user group for 4 years and mentoring his successors as well as supporting other community leaders. And it is with immense pleasure we welcome you, Martin Barr. Over to you.
Thanks, Dr. Renee Kicharian. So as already mentioned, we'll be having a recorded session. So Martin was having some net connectivity issues. He's joining from China. So with that in anticipation, Martin had suggested going for the recorded session, but he'll be available throughout this session. He'll also be available for the Q&A. So we'll watch this recorded video first, and then we'll move on to the Q&A.
Hi, I would like to share with you some thoughts about building communities, building free software and open source communities in particular, what sets them apart, how you can join them, and how you can create one. Humanity is evolving from tribes and nations that are competing for resources to a global community, interdependent, cooperative, sharing resources and knowledge. The free software and open source community is a good example of what global cooperation can achieve. Free software was created out of an idealism to empower its users, and the FOSS community is driven by that idea. Started in the United States, it has soon spread all over the world. And while the FOSS community today does not yet reflect the diversity of the whole world, its idealism and its structure make more diversity possible and welcome. The basic principle of the FOSS community is cooperation and merit. FOSS development strives through the clash of ideas of contributors, which allows the best ideas to succeed. Everyone is welcome to contribute. If someone finds themselves not welcome, then that is usually caused by inappropriate behavior of individuals and is not a reflection of the community as a whole. And while I'm speaking of the FOSS community, in reality, this community is made up of many small communities of groups, each with their own interests and goals. If you can't get along with individuals in one group, there are many others where you will fit in. The overall goal of the FOSS community is to enable everyone to participate and to contribute to the software they are themselves using. Most often, people will join the groups that center around the particular software they care about, or they will join with their friends in a local group. In a community, you can learn how to contribute, and you can teach others to do the same. You can get help to solve problems with your software, and you can help others too. Now, let's take a look at some of the different types of communities opportunities that you can find. First of all, there are local groups. Local groups are focused on one particular location, a city, or a school, a university, or a region, or a country. They often have regular meetings where they share presentations, where members share things they learned about the particular software or other interesting topics. They do workshops to teach new members how to participate and how to contribute, and they socialize and generally just do activities together. Linux user groups are one such example, which started in the 90s when the Linux kernel was released, and they are mostly centered around the use of Linux on the desktop, and they spread around the world as fast as the Linux kernel spread around the world. In pretty much every larger city, there is a group with regular or irregular activities. Most local groups were created in the 90s and are still running, but new groups do appear from time to time while others stop being active. My work allowed me to join groups in a number of countries and cities, and I want to point out two in particular. The first one is the Linux user group Austria, which was the group where I was when I first learned about the existence of such groups after I learned about Linux. And I have been a member of this group, and I still am a member of this group now, even though I'm not in Austria. The next one is the Beijing GNU Linux user group, which I have been a member of for almost a decade, and I have also been the secretary for several years, where I learned most about building groups and raising new members and so on. Next, we have online communities. So online communities don't have local meetings. They're usually focused around a particular technology, like a programming language or a software application. There are some local online groups, so they are basically local groups that don't have meetings, and they communicate using the internet, using mailing lists through email, using web forums, IRC channels, or other online communication tools. The project-based online groups usually work together to contribute to the project. They help their new users. They contribute code to this software that they're working on. They're promoting it. And they are from time to time organizing offline meetings, which are usually conferences. I have a few examples. One is Pike, which is a programming language which has been organizing conferences mostly in Europe, in Germany and Sweden and other places. Here we have an example of Plone. Plone is a software written in Python. And this is one conference that I was able to attend in Austria. The last example is SUSE. SUSE is a Linux distribution that you probably have heard about. This particular t-shirt is from an event that they're organizing, which is called the SUSE Hack Week, where the whole company takes a week off to work on projects that they're employees and anybody else who likes to participate. I want to work on more on that in a moment. So beyond those online communities, there's another group of interesting communities which are more event-oriented communities. So that usually means conferences, and so there are the volunteers that organize these conferences that form a community of their own, and also the participants of those conferences. And I have a number of examples here. The biggest example being FOSDEM. FOSDEM is a conference every February in Belgium, and it draws many, many thousand participants, and it needs a lot of volunteers to make this conference work. Another conference example here is the Hong Kong Open Source Conference. Then we have Scale, Southern California Linux Expo, which is in the Los Angeles area. And here we have COSCUP. This is in Taipei. And going back further, one of my favorite t-shirts here is from the Linux Tag in Germany. And they produced at one conference, they produced this very nice t-shirt. And I've been a member of the team that contributes to this conference. So I've not been an organizer, but I've been helping on this conference for several years. There are other events that people are organizing. I just mentioned the Hack Week from SUSE, which is a twice yearly an event that is done throughout the whole company, and in every city and in every location where SUSE has an office, they open the office and invite members of the local community to join them to work on free software open source projects that everyone is interested in. Another interesting event is the Barcamp. The Barcamp is mostly is related to the free software community, but there are also other non-free software community people who organize a Barcamp. A Barcamp is essentially a kind of conference that is not really where people can join without having to apply to become a speaker, or without being invited to be a speaker, where they just show up and present their ideas in talks. And it's called an unconference because it's very unorganized, not disorganized. It's quite organized, but it's in a sense it's not formally organized. So it's very, very flexible and very ad hoc. People have an idea and they will start. Somebody will give a presentation and we'll start talking about it. Another interesting online event is the Software Freedom Day, which is held globally with the intention to promote free software around the world. And so usually local groups, like the local Linux user groups, participate to organize a local event around this Software Freedom Day, which is in the I think the third weekend of September usually, and they will promote free software and try to get new people interested to start using free software, explaining to them what free software is, and get them to join. As a member of the Beijing GNU Linux user group, I have been taking part in organizing a Software Freedom Day several times. For example, at one point in Beijing, we have cooperated with all the university-based groups, and we organized events in, I think, almost a dozen locations throughout Beijing in different universities to promote free software. Now, how do you join such a community? First of all, you find you look at what you're interested in. You look at what software you're using and see if there's any interesting software where you would like to contribute, where you would like to meet others that are using this software, where you'd like to share and learn and participate. So that could be, for example, the Linux desktop as it is, or it could be the Office LibreOffice application, for example, or a video editing program, or a programming language that you're using, or some other tools. Then you look for this for the online communities that are built around this software, and you join the mailing list or the web forum or the chat rooms and so on, and you'd meet other members and you talk to them and you ask questions and participate, and then contribute. And throughout this process, you will make new friends and slowly become an active member of a community. Essentially, by attending this conference, you already made a step like that to meet other people who are in this community and to start building relationships and friendships. If you don't find a community, maybe you want to create one, or even if you already participate in some communities, but you find that there's a particular community, there's no local community where you are, and you would like to create one, then that would be another thing that you can do. Get some friends who are also interested in this topic, and basically start organizing simple events. Get a communication forum, decide how you want to communicate, decide whether you want to meet regularly, find a place to meet, and then decide what you want to do there in these meetings. You can hang out and discuss, or have dinner together, or you can make it more workshop-like and work on some projects and collaborate with others on projects. You can give presentations. Giving presentations is, especially in a local group, is not something that requires a lot of experience, but it's something that everybody can do, and that gives you the opportunity to actually practice and learn more about the tools and the software that you're going to be presenting about. And it's actually, when you give a presentation, it's not so much, it's actually more for yourself as learning experience than it is for all the audience to learn about what you're talking about. Yeah, and you basically keep doing that, and you work on promoting your group and get new members into the group, and keep it running and growing. The last point I want to talk about is leadership. So once you build a community or a group, you want to keep that group running, and you will eventually run into some things that you don't know how to handle, and that you're learning. You're going to be learning a lot. So communities have a variety of organizational structures. When you create a new group, you don't immediately have to become very formal and form an association or something like that. But you can start very informal and just gather a bunch of people and just without any structure, just hang out and let the structure evolve. Some groups end up becoming very organized. They become registered organizations. They have bylaws, and they have a selection process for selecting the leaders, which are responsible for the group. Whereas other groups, they remain informal and don't have any such process, and it's just really the people that are active. For example, the two groups that I mentioned, the Linux User Group Austria is one of those very formal ones with a registered organization, whereas the Beijing GNU Linux User Group is very informal with just a bunch of people who are the active people running the group. At one point, the blog did have elections and was electing leaders, but that was also rather informal, and it wasn't really the leader who was running the group, but it was the active members still. Another issue is how to deal with money. When you create a group, you may or may not run into this problem, but it depends on, especially if you're starting organizing events, you will have to pay for a location or pay for food or things like that, and you realize you have to deal with money. And here also there are many different ways to handle this. Some groups handle this through their registered organization, and they have rules in who handles the money and who is responsible for it and so on. Whereas, for example, others don't do that. Again, here the Beijing GNU Linux User Group is a good example. We pretty much try to avoid dealing with money at all. However, we had one event, which was our yearly anniversary, where we invited everybody to join and essentially have a party where we needed money to pay for the food that we shared, because it didn't make sense for everyone to order individually. So we had one group of people order lots of food for everyone, and then we collected donations to pay for that, and then usually there was some money left over, and somebody had to take care of that money. But then that money was held on to until the next year, and other than that, we didn't really deal with money at all in that group. So who are the leaders in the group? Usually it's those who are contributing the most. The ones who are most active they're the ones that everybody else is listening to. In a formal organization where the leaders are elected, of course, you have those official leaders, and they may not be the same ones as the active members. In other groups where you don't have these elections, it's really just down to the active members. And here's an interesting observation I made, that in some groups, the leaders of the group are the founders. So I know of some groups where even today the leaders basically have been the same people for by now 30 years. Or almost 30 years, like 25 or 30 years, depending on when the groups were founded. The first ones were founded in the early 90s. So we're getting to 30 very soon. Whereas in other groups, the leaders are changing regularly. In some groups, the term for a leader is limited, and so they have to change the leaders. In others, it's not limited, so it depends. There's really a lot of flexibility in how you want to do that. The most important part is it's don't stress it too much. Think about start easy and build your group up based on your own experience. If you already have experience running formal organizations, then maybe you want to do that. But if you don't have the experience, then maybe you want to start with just creating something informal and see if the group evolves to something more formal. That usually depends on what kind of activities you're doing, whether a formal organization is helpful for that, or whether you can keep going as you are. So thank you for listening, and I'll now be able to take some questions.
That was an amazing recorded session, Martin Bear. So, so I think before taking in questions, you want to add something to that?
No, not really. Let's just go ahead with questions.
So I've got a question personally from my side. So I know that you've got an immense experience as a contributor to free and open software communities. You have traveled across many countries, and finally have settled in China. So what is that experience, that immense experience that you have carried out over the years? How does it help you develop as an open source contributor? And what is that piece of that highlight piece of information that you want to give to all the young and new people to the open source community?
Yeah, that's a big question. That's another half an hour talk. I mean, I can summarize. Most of the experience is really just life experience. The older you get, the more things you see, and you then you basically when something happens, then I have seen that before and I know how to deal with it, and things like that. And so everybody will get this kind of experience. And I just had the opportunity to actually work in different countries, and so I was able to make a comparison between different cultures and then different ways of doing things. But there's nothing really special that stands out. Other than don't be afraid to get started and follow your interests, and try to find a place to contribute. That's really basically I feel that the purpose of why we are all here is that we contribute to this society, and we try to make the world a better place, so to speak. And so that doesn't have to be anything big. Even any small contribution, helping a friend, or fixing a bug somewhere, or just sharing some things is a contribution. And if you're in a community, you pretty naturally contribute. So just don't be afraid to do that, and just find your interests and what you want to contribute, and go and do it.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. We've got another question. Is it time to ditch Windows and go the open source way?
It's been time to ditch Windows for 30 or 40 years. Or 30 years, yeah, since basically ever since the Linux kernel was popularized, the Linux desktop was ready to replace Windows at any point of time, and the only thing holding it back was lack of courage to go and try and do it. And if we had switched 30 years ago, we would have all the software that we have on Windows now also running on Linux, and we're getting there, and it's getting better and better. And already since several years, we are at the point where Windows is trying to copy free software. Yeah, Windows, Microsoft is incorporating Linux and GNU software features into their system because they want all the Linux developers to come back to Windows. So basically, they see the developers running away and they want them to come back. And so more and more the people are running away and are going to Linux. And maybe Linux will not. I mean, the year of the Linux desktop has been proclaimed for 10, 15, 20 years every year, and it's going to continue like that. But Linux is dominating the world already, at least through Android on mobile phones, but also on the servers, and it's not going to stop. So free software is everywhere, and there's nobody in this world who is doing anything that doesn't have some free software or open source in their stack somewhere. Yeah, you use the tools that you're most effective with, but really go ahead and try it, because you can be very, very effective with free software applications.
Yeah, we've got another question in the chat, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What are IRC channels? How students can get involved with open source contributions, suggestions?
So there are many. I mean, that's essentially what I've been saying earlier. It's like there's so much software out there, and the number of applications available on Linux are uncountable. And look at what you're doing, what software you're using, and pick the community. Go search for that software. They have a website usually, and then that will tell you where the communication forums are. There's not one IRC channel. There's like every project, every group has their own IRC channels or other forums, and you just need to look at those groups' websites and just ask the other members in those communities where they're talking, and just find one and join. So there's no point in promoting one particular channel right now. One thing that may be worth pointing out, because that's a little bit confusing, is for a long time we used to have this IRC network called Freenode, which had some trouble recently, and now most of the communities switched to this other new network called LibreChat, and you can look for IRC channels there. But generally, you don't start there. You start at the project that you're interested in. If it's the Linux desktop, or if it's GNOME, or if it's something else, you look at the GNOME website, you look at the SUSE website, you look at the Python website or whatever, and then you look for the communities and just go online and use your search engine and search, and then you will find something.
Yeah, Martin, we've got another interesting question. So there are a lot of Linux distros out there. So which one should I select as a beginner? I'm trying to make a transition from Windows. So which is the best distro for me?
The best distro is the one that your friends are using, because they're the ones who are going to help you get started. So again, find a local group, see what other distributions people are using in your area, and find some friends, and then follow what your friends are doing. That's really the easiest way to get into starting using Linux, because then you can share. They can share their experience with you. They can help you set it up, and they can help you answer your questions. Other than that, there is, I mean, the general starter ones are Ubuntu and Fedora, the Fedora workstation, and there are a few others, but SUSE also maybe, but basically, yeah, the best way is really to ask your friends and pick something that your friend has.
Yeah, Martin, we've got a question in the chat. I think you can also see it is shared to the Everyone channel. Will you be sharing the links of that communities and conferences mentioned in the session? And how to be updated with the community events? Is there any site which is only dedicated to open source communities and event stuff?
Yeah, I can share that link, those links. There are so many events out there. There's unfortunately not really one site where all those events are listed. There are many different sites where you can find events. It really mostly depends on your locality. A lot of things you can find on meetup.com, which has a lot of communities also and events. But you essentially have to follow the more bigger communities. Fossasia is one of those bigger communities which has events in many places where you can find things. But it depends on whether you want to look for online events. There's websites that talk about conferences, or you look for offline events. Then you have to look at your local communities and see like whether your university has a event announcements, or your local city or something like that. I mean, it's really hard to say. Basically, you have to just look and you will find something.
Do we have any more questions from the audience? Feel free to unmute yourself, or you can drop the questions in the chat box, or you can directly send the questions to the coordinators.
Okay, I see two questions here in the chat, so I can answer those. One is about using distributions that are based on rolling releases. So actually, that depends on how that distribution is managed. The thing with the rolling releases is that they often have lots of updates. But I have been working on a rolling release distribution called Foresight, and it was very stable, and it was definitely suitable for beginners and for desktop use. But it was a rolling release distribution. I haven't used any of the other rolling release distributions, so it really depends on how they're managing their updates and how they're courageous they are in updating to untested software and creating bugs or issues when they're updating. And so just go ahead and try it and see if you can handle it. Maybe try another stable distribution in parallel just to see the difference and see which one you're more comfortable with. The next question here is, many communities think that the Linux kernel is not Libre anymore. Is that a problem for the growth of free software community as a whole? That's the first time I've heard of that. The Linux kernel is definitely Libre. It's definitely, nothing has changed with the license, and it's still accessible as it was. Maybe they're referring to the fact that a lot of big companies are contributing to the Linux kernel, like IBM and Intel and VMware and other big companies. So there's a lot of commercial contribution going on, but that doesn't change the fact that the Linux kernel is Libre, and you can just go ahead and take it and make your own changes to it if you want to run a custom kernel if you want to. It's more about the question of how can you get your own contributions into the kernel, but that also is not a problem. It's as easy or as difficult for everybody to contribute to the Linux kernel. And if you want to contribute to the Linux kernel, go ahead and give it a try. If you're writing good code, then your contributions will be accepted.
We have one more question in the chat. What apps or extensions are used for better time management and productivity in the tech space?
I can't really answer that question. That's a very specific question. I'm not using any time management software. I'm also not using any productivity tools. So unfortunately, I can't give you any recommendation there. Okay. All right.
Do we have any more questions from the participants?
Well, there's just one more. What is a concept of open source startups? Now, that's a very interesting question. That's another half-hour or 2-hour talk. If you really want an in-depth answer, I encourage you to go out and search about that. The thing with open source or free software startups is essentially your business model. How are you going to make money? And most startups, they are creating a service, and then they are making money off that service. So it depends on how the software that you're creating is related to that service. So there have been some problems with companies that like MongoDB and others. I don't know, actually Redis was one of those, where they released their core software as free software, and then somebody copied the software and basically beat them in their service. And so you have to be strategic and think about how you're actually going to make money, and you have to look at how are others doing it, and what is a successful business model. I mean, Red Hat and SUSE and Canonical are successful business models. So they're working, they're earning money, and they're selling services, and they're based around the free software and open source. There are others where the service is to create support sell support for the software that they have created, or sell support for other software. And usually they are small companies, so you tend to not hear about them because they don't make a lot of noise. There are small companies everywhere that are basically just selling support, and most of the software that their customers are using is open source or free software. I mean, that's my own company. I'm selling development services and I'm selling support, and but pretty much all of the software that my customers are working with is free software and open source. So in that sense, I'm an open source free software company, and I'm making my money off free software.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. I think we'll wind up the session with one last question. So just as you told, it's high time that we ditch Windows. We also think, or I personally believe, that it is also time to ditch Gmail, but still, a majority of people are using the Gmail server. So we have alternatives like secure mails like Proton Mail or Tutanota. should we go with these alternate open source secure mail providers, or should we set up a mail server of our own? What is your suggestion?
Good question. The thing with mail servers is it takes some experience to set one up. I mean, there have been some very nice tools to make that easy. So the actual running of the server is not hard. What is hard is, or at least not really easy to understand, is that there are ways to set up the server to make it secure, to handle spam and things like that. And I run my own mail server, so I can talk about that. It's like I have the problem that by default, my mails from my server, when I email somebody at Google or Gmail, then they will end up in Google's spam folder because there's something set up missing in my mail server that I don't know about. So it's definitely interesting and worth it if you want to learn how to do that. It's going to take some learning to get it right. It's worth it if you know who your people are that you're emailing with, and if you have other ways to communicate with them, if you need to, so that you can handle errors in it, at least in the beginning, until you know what your mail server is doing. I mean, I always have this problem that sometimes I don't know if my email arrived. And if I send a proposal to a customer, and if I don't know that the email arrived, then that's not really good. So it depends on your business needs, essentially. If you basically want to be 100% sure that your email arrives, then you should use one of the existing ones. My personal opinion is I want to avoid Gmail simply for the reason that they're dominating too much. And we need I feel that there needs to be more balance, and we need to have more different mail services and not allow Google to essentially take over the whole email world.
Thank you, Martin. That was indeed a fantabulous session. So we are really happy. The entire organizing team and of Open Source Summit 2021 is happy to have you. So looking forward. So I hope I can catch up you later in some other events also. So bye. Take care. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, Oleg, I know that you're in. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear your son too. Not a problem.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, I plan to do Fireside chat in an unusual environment, and you get one, just not the kind you expected.
Not a problem. So we have Oleg Nenashev. So we've already listened to Oleg's session in the inaugural day. So he had given a session on the evolution of open source CI/CD tools. So this time I don't want to make a formal introduction. Hello,
Sorry?
how are you?
Huh?
How are you?
He's fine. He just woke up 5 minutes ago, just when I expected to start the session. So yeah, I'm not very prepared, but yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, Oleg, this is Martin. I think you can see him on the screen. Martin had been taking a session on how to build first communities. Martin, this is Oleg Nenashev from CloudBees. He's a Jenkins contributor.
And community builder.
Community builder, yeah. We're coming to that, yeah.
Perfect, yeah. We're doing the same job.
So Oleg, we'll start straight away. I'll just share my screen.
So today you get full insights of how the life of open source contributor may look like. And yes, just a second. So be ready to strange screen angles, because I do not even see my camera right now. And yeah,
so,
also.
Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, so I think it is Friday morning. They're in Switzerland. You should be supposed to be working out there on your office room. And I saw your recent tweet And my question is, why should open source software contributors take a break from work?
Oh, yeah, because they definitely should. Open source, like any other work, paid or not, it requires a lot of concentration. It requires a lot of focus in there, and it means that yeah, at some point you will get tired, and if you don't manage that, you may get a burnout. So it's like with any other hobby. If you spend too much time on it, it also becomes a source of risk for you. Especially this year, when with COVID, with all other events, we see actually many open source contributors burning out, and this is something I wouldn't advise to anyone, because I also burnt out this winter. And yeah, that's why I'm taking a break, just to relax a bit, to focus on my personal things, and yeah, I'm taking a break not only from work, I'm taking a break from my main open source community, which is Jenkins.
So you're taking a break for 1 month from work?
Approximately.
So what is your plan? Is it bicycling?
Dennis, what is our plan?
So yeah, so
I'm not sure.
okay.
Yeah, so I'm not sure whether you see the camera, but yeah, my plan is actually to focus on family, to do some stuff here, maybe to go hiking, to do cycling, maybe to work a bit on open source projects, not on Jenkins, just explore other projects and learn from them. You may have seen my announcement that I started a new weekend project called Fascinator. It's a tool which converts Java apps into open FAS services. So yeah, there are things like that I would wish to explore, but yeah, I'm just taking a break from my main community, and yeah, it's like vacation.
So here back in India, we can't think of such a situation like taking break from work. Normally, it doesn't happen, but still. So do you think taking break from work, especially from a big company like you're associated with so many companies, so how does it improve or increase your productivity?
It definitely increased my productivity overall, because yeah, firstly, when you're refreshed, you can come up with ideas. You can be more productive, not in terms of lines of code produced, but in terms of what value you actually contribute to a company. And it's not necessarily code, it's just ideas, solutions, helping others, and all of that you can do much better when you are relaxed enough. So same with open source. You can work 24/7. You can deliver stuff. You can code. You can write code. Just do pull request reviews, do talks all the time. But eventually you burn out, and it's also a big question whether you contribute more like that, or if you contribute by sharing ideas and taking some rest and just thinking about what's next and prioritizing your future work correctly.
Yeah, Oleg, I think you've seen the chat. We've got an interesting comment there. Still you're workaholic, thinking of working on other open source projects while taking break from present work. You want
Yes,
to
I'm
respond to that?
workaholic, but yeah, there are reasons for that. And in my case, actually, working in open source communities is one of things which helped me to recover from my burnout, because I really like helping people, and I wanted to keep doing so even while I'm on vacation. So it's not like I cannot work. I cannot not work. I have a lot of things to do apart from that, but actually contributing helps me. And yeah, it might sound selfish, but yes, this is the key reason why I decided to keep contributing this month.
So before taking in any further questions, we would like to know from you, what was the real motivation to go to open source? So can you share your open source experiences with us?
Oh, yeah, so for me, the story is quite complicated because I started in hardware companies. Actually, I have PhD degree in hardware engineering. I've spent a lot of time working on embedded processor cores at companies like Intel, Synopsys, a few Russian companies. And this was one of my main areas. But when you work for hardware company, especially for big enterprise hardware company, it's quite unlikely that you get permission to work in open source. So for me, what happened, if you work on hardware, you need automation. This is how I got introduced to Hudson. It was Hudson at that point, so it was approximately 2008, long before Hudson became Jenkins. And yep, I started doing some automation. Then I realized that it doesn't quite work for my use cases because, I was doing automation for hardware, for embedded. I was doing a lot of various co-design things, and I had to patch Jenkins. I started patching that, and then I created some plugins. All of them haven't been open source because there was no policy for doing open source. But I kept working on that, kept studying. I got introduced to the community anyway, just by watching how it works. I got excited how people collaborate with each other. I was still silent when renaming of Hudson to Jenkins happened, but it was awesome to see how it happens in the community, how the community actually goes against interest of big company and wins. And this was, basically a decision-making moment for me. And later, when I was interviewing to join my next company, Synopsys, one of conditions that I would be employed is that I would get permission to contribute to open source, to Jenkins specifically, and I got this permission, and I started contributing in public. Initially, what was my work there? I was maintaining a big Jenkins instance, basically department-wise, something like 300 engineers using that. And again, I needed a lot of patches. So this is what I started doing. And I started contributing to these patches upstream. You can still find some of them. And I'm not exactly proud of my code, but these patches helped the community. So that's how I got started.
Yeah, so this is another question that I want to ask you. Most valuable advocate. So what is your say on this? First of all, congratulations.
Okay.
Recently awarded, right? In June or July? No, I mean in June?
Yeah, it was announced in June. This award is based on public voting by the Continuous Delivery Foundation members in May. But the award itself was announced in June. So what it means that this year, this is the first year when the Continuous Delivery Foundation drives the awards. Before that, it was CloudBees, my current company, driving the awards, and CloudBees employees were not eligible to receive these awards. Well, it's quite reasonable because the main goal was to appreciate contributions happening by other companies. And this year, finally, everyone is eligible to participate. So me and Daniel Beck, we got awards. What it means for me, I spent a lot of time on promoting Jenkins community because it's one of the ways to actually build a good community. You need visibility to onboard new people. You need to get people excited, and various outreach and advocacy programs is a way to do that, at least for me. So I was doing that a lot. And this award basically comes as a result of these activities. Even though I'm proud to receive the award, actually, for me, it's more honor to see how. What do you want? Sorry. We have some disagreement on food choices. Okay. Okay, what do you want? Okay, so
What's his name?
This is Dennis.
Dennis. Hi, Dennis. Where are you from?
Hello, regular participant of our governance meetings in Jenkins. But he's not very happy right now. So, as I promised, with camera angles, with noises, etc. But this is how community works sometimes. Back to the question. So I'm actually more honored to see so many contributions happening by others. So we have dozens of advocates who engage on different social media and platforms to promote Jenkins, to share their experiences. And actually, for me, this is the biggest result of my work. And I really appreciate that. And I appreciate any contributions, whether it takes a few minutes or 1 hour. And yeah, I really enjoy that. Yeah, obviously, yeah, this guy doesn't contribute too much to the project, but yeah, he has strong opinions also. Yep.
Are we good to proceed, or if you want to deal with Dennis?
No, we can proceed. If the audience is fine with that, yeah, I'm totally fine. Okay.
Yeah, so you've recently been elected to elected to the CDF Technical Oversight Committee. So, all about what will be your kind of work that you will be doing, providing
yep.
some.
So the Continuous Delivery Foundation TOC is basically focused on cross-project collaboration and on facilitating various cross-project products. So in the CDF, we currently have 6 projects: Jenkins, Jenkins, Spinnaker, Tecton, also Screwdriver and Artelius. And there is also Shipwright, which applied recently. And yeah, the whole idea for the Continuous Delivery Foundation is to drive adoption of continuous delivery, drive adoption of common standards, not just within the foundation, but across the industry. And TOC is expected to facilitate that and to drive technical programs, which would help that. So in my case, FSC, the main focus is actually talking with projects to facilitate interoperability, because as we discussed at my previous session, interoperability is a key for the future of continuous delivery and ecosystem. And we want to ensure that in our foundation, all projects can interact with each other, that we can interact with other projects by adopting common technologies like cloud events being driven by CNCF. And we collaborate a lot on this front, and it will be one of my key priorities. And the second priority would be actually talking to other foundations or to organizations to gain joint powers and improve how the projects evolve.
Yeah, sure. So you've had a lot of work to do there.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I've been active in the CDF TOC for more than 1 year by now. So now the role becomes more official. I've got voting powers, and I definitely plan to dedicate some time. And actually, my employer club is allowed to spend working time on that. So the exact percentage is yet to be defined, but I will be definitely spending considerable amount of time working on the foundation level going forward.
Yeah, I've also got another interesting question for you. I think you might be remembering on the first day when I contacted you to be a speaker for the Open Source Summit. That wait, let me hold on. I'll get back to you maybe by another week, and I'll let you know if I'm available or not. And then finally, discussing on the list of topics that we have, you gave me a complete Google Doc. Hi, Dennis. A complete Google Doc with abstracts, like different possible topics for the talk. It was kind of, very organized. You provided a detailed abstract, your LinkedIn profile, many other cool stuff there. So, so I know that you're a very organized person, and your workspace photo on the Twitter says so. So my question is, what does it mean to you, like being organized? How does it promote or improve your working culture? So what is something about being so organized?
Well, first of all, I'm less organized than many of you may think. Yeah, so especially nowadays, because yeah, you can see I'm totally prepared to today's conversation, yes, Dennis, and yeah, family is the first priority. So for the rest, in order to remain efficient, I need to somehow plan. So for example, the Google Doc I sent to you, yeah, it's basically a result of some investment 1 year ago, and then just copy paste, because yeah, I have a common Google Doc template which helps other organizers to understand who am I, what
what are the key links, so that I don't need to assemble it every time. And same for abstracts, most of them have been taken from previous ideas. And well, this is how I work. So I do have a kind of issue tracker, but for me, issue tracker is actually just Gmail drafts, because for me, the most of action items is responding to emails, responding to pings, or doing something. So I tried many systems to help me organize, and finally I ended up just using email drafts, which sounds like a terrible idea, and probably it is, but it works for me. Though I keep exploring opportunities.
Yeah. Let me quickly check out whether the audience have any questions. So feel free to unmute. It is a very informal session, as you can see. So please feel free to ask questions to Oleg. You can either drop it in the chat box, or you can directly unmute yourself and shoot the question. So if you don't have any questions, then we'll have the questions. So please get ready with the questions. So meanwhile, I have another question for you, Alex. So I know that a lot of students are attending the summit. So even though you can see only 71 participants here, we had almost 1,300 plus registrations. So mostly, since it was kind of a summit, people were selective, like they were attending the sessions they wanted to have, like different tracks on different days. So what is your that piece of advice that you want to give to the students who are new to the open source community?
Well, so firstly, explore and find a project and a community which would be welcoming. So you do not have to go after big names. Yeah, everyone wants to contribute to Kubernetes, etc. But it's totally not necessary, because what would be your objective when you begin in open source is to find a welcoming community and to find mentors who could help you to get started, who could provide feedback, and with whom you could work efficiently. So it would be the key priority for you. Just look for communities which invest a lot of time in contributor onboarding, which have channels for that, which have newcomer-friendly issues, and the way you can just actually join the community, get introduced somehow, and yeah, basically start working as a part of the community, not just as a random contributor submitting a pull request. In Jenkins, we invest a lot. So if you're interested, there is a link, jenkins.io/participate, which provides information about all kinds of participation in the community, not just code, but all kinds of participation, including advocacy we've been speaking about before. And this another key point, that if you want to participate in open source, it doesn't really mean that you have to participate by writing code. There are many other opportunities, like helping with documentation, helping with testing, just sharing experiences, helping to organize events, having helping others, etc., etc. We have a lot of areas, and actually, regardless of your expertise, regardless of your interests, you can find an open source community which would be a good fit for you and for your interests. So, for example, in my case, I'm still interested in open hardware, and I contribute to open hardware projects. Maybe I will be active a bit more in RISC-V Foundation going forward. But yeah, currently I contribute to Free and Open Source Silicon Foundation. It's a quite small foundation, but it's a good company, good environment for me, and it has been a pleasure to contribute there. Also to participate in a few Google Summer Code projects in this organization.
Oleg, I think we've got one question in the chat. You want to take it?
Yeah, sure. Any questions are welcome. Yeah. I'm just looking for it because it's not that easy on the phone.
Yeah, sure. So question is, what does advocate position means in an organization?
Do we talk about open source organization or about a company? Because in company there is quite a classic role at the moment, a developer advocate. Full disclaimer, I'm not a developer advocate and I have never been it officially at my company. But what this role means is that a person is focused on engaging with end users, with developer community, and providing feedback in two ways. So, for example, developer advocates usually are quite active at conferences because they give talks, they share about new features, they usually participate in podcasts and whatever other events. They also active in community channels, for example, in issue trackers and forums. They answer questions from users, they help developers, they help contributors. And they also communicate with their own company, because what it usually happens is that the community and companies have some silos, and the developer advocates are one of the roles who actually focus on breaking these silos and who provide feedback from the company to the community and from the community to the company. For example, insights, priorities, interests, key pain points, and developer advocates, along with other developer relation roles, can be a part of this communication. Again, this role may be official, but it's not necessary. In our company, we consider everyone as an advocate for the company. So they're welcome to engage in open source communities and chat with others. And I think it's one of the best approaches. So having dedicated developer advocates is also quite good.
Yeah, we've got another question from the audience. I'll just read it out for you. As a noob, how can we start contributing to open source? Is open source contribution only about contributing to the code base?
No, it's not only about code base. You can contribute in many ways. So, for example, if you go to Jenkins.io/participate, you can see that there are various ways to contribute, including contributing to design, contributing to documentation. Though for us, documentation is already implemented as code, is markdown and as KeyDoc. So it's formally contributing code as well. But yeah, also you can participate in organizing meetups, and just sharing your experiences, help with managing social media, or triaging issues. All of that are available types of contribution, and in many cases they are more valuable than just contributing code. Because in the community we have a lot of people who contribute code, and for the rest of the roles it's more complicated to find contributors, and if you're interested, you're more than welcome. How to get started? Good communities, they have newcomer friendly issues. For example, on GitHub there is a common issue tag called good first issue. You can just search for these good first issues in the community. You can also look for onboarding channels. For example, in Jenkins, you have Jenkins.io/participate, and it provides links to onboarding channels for various kinds of contributions. You also periodically organize office hours for those who want to contribute. For example, recently I did office hours for those who want to help with organizing events. You had around 10 contributors there, and several of them, for example, Himandri, Vagram, they actually started contributing, and they have already helped us to organize events. And again, they just joined the session, our channels. They probably contributed no code, but it doesn't mean that they're not community members. They are, and actually they're very valuable community members for us.
Yeah, Oleg, one quick question that we know that you've been associated with so many companies, so many projects. So, and the last year, especially 2020 and 2021, it's been a tough year. So a lot of work pressure, maybe stress in life. So how were you dealing with all this stress? Like I saw one of your tweets, like a winter burnout. So you want to talk something about that?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, I'm not the best example of dealing with stress, because I had a major burnout and depression this winter. Well, if you want to reach out in direct messages for more details, and for knowledge. But yeah, it happened due to many reasons. It's not only work, it's not only personal events, but yeah, all the combination of them was too much for me. And yeah, basically it led to pretty bad consequences. I'm not good at dealing with stress. Well, yeah, at least when it gets so high. And yeah, usually for me, the main approach was to resolve the stressful situations, basically define rules of engagements where possible, to define swim lanes where we could contribute freely. In CloudBees, for example, I'm a member of the community team. We are mostly focused on ensuring that Jenkins flourishes and that the community also grows. But yeah, as you can imagine, the CloudBees is an enterprise vendor, so it has its own interest. And for us internally, it leads to a lot of various conversations about aligning strategies, etc. And there were clear rule of engagements actually help to prevent conflicts, because if you don't have them, you will be on a non-stop escalation phase mode, and it's not something I would advise to anyone. So in CloudBees, we've been quite successful in defining borderlines between open source contribution and private source work and priorities. Yeah, these borderlines could be defined better. We could have adopted more open source culture, etc. I have a lot to say about that if you go after beers, but yeah, for now, yeah, just be sure that you separate your work and personal life clearly. For example, my advice: if you have a work chat on your phone, delete it. Because even if you have work responsibilities, it's better to just keep asynchronous channels only. And well, unless it's a working responsibility. So if you're on pager duty, then probably deleting your communication channels is not the best idea. Another advice I would give: just don't take too much responsibility, because in many companies, etc., they look for champions who basically move the mountains and get the project delivered. And you can be this champion, but you cannot be this champion all the time, and it's okay. So just be sure that you do the work and be sure that you contribute to the company. But currently, especially with remote work, people tend to spend all the time, because there is an infinite amount of to-dos to do. So you can switch to working 24/7, and eventually you will burn out. And be sure that it's not a best interest neither for you nor for your company. So just talk to a manager, etc., and try to balance your work so that it remains in feasible. Just that it remains feasible for your capacity.
Yeah, so I think you've also answered one question from Martin Bear. So he was asking, how do you manage the balance between work and family? So I hope that question is also answered. You want to add something to that?
Well, yeah, so the community never sleeps. And this is a problem for open source contributors, as well as for distributed companies, like, for example, CloudBees. So if you want to stay connected, there will be always excuses to stay connected. And you shouldn't. Because yeah, there are other priorities, and you have to balance these priorities if you want to be successful. And yeah, some priorities like this one, they can lead to a lot of interrupts. But yeah, this is what you have to get used to. So there is a French quote. So there is a French idiom. I got introduced it a while ago, but yeah, translated into English is that the cemeteries are full of irreplaceable people. So what it means that even if you're replaceable, etc., probably you deserve taking a break, because the sky won't fall without you. And if the sky falls in open source community, like in company, it's actually a responsibility of community to ensure that everyone can take a break. If the community doesn't do that, if you become a single person bottleneck, if you if you have bias factor of 1 anywhere, it's a problem for the community, and you should work as a community to resolve that, because it's not sustainable for any kind of role.
By the way, how old is Dennis?
2.5 years.
And is he eldest and you have a younger one or an older one?
Well, this is the only child at the moment.
Okay. So this question may not be applicable to Dennis, but still, I want to have your thoughts on this. So, an interesting question. Many universities, colleges, students use proprietary softwares for learning platforms, especially we have a new normal now. The COVID has created a new normal to everything, to the education system also. So, so remote teaching learning mechanism has been quite a, it has been in the system for quite some time, for probably for 1.5 years. So what is your thought on this? How can open source tools, open source softwares be beneficial for the education community, and especially how COVID-19 is having an impact on the open source community?
Yeah. So first of all, there are extreme opinions like everything has to be open source. I do not think so. So open source, private source, all of them have cost of ownership, and what it means that you can buy something enterprise with support, or you could use something open source, but you may spend more time on maintaining it and more time on fixing that. So it's up to everyone to decide what is the usage model. Personally, I would rather advocate for open source in any areas at the moment. Why? It's because when you work in open source, firstly, there is a community. Also, you get more control of your platform, and it's natural that, for example, in companies adopting DevOps culture, that they want to have more control of their systems because it allows them to move fast. So, for example, in a university, you have a new course starting, and you need some feature, or you need to just reconfigure your stuff. It might be much more easier in open source than in private source, especially when you outsource it to a vendor, because it may take months to get the fix done. And if you have a course starting in 1 week, you just have 1 week, you don't have months. So open source gives you flexibility, but again, the cost of you taking the risks. If you're ready to that, yes, then open source is the way. Or Jenkins is the way in terms of automation. But yeah, it's a balance everyone needs to find, and it depends on your expertise and interests.
Yeah, thanks, Oleg. And on a final note, do you want to say something about the Open Source Summit?
First of all, thanks a lot for organizing that, because for me and like for many other speakers, it was Jacob reaching out on LinkedIn and asking, hey, would you like to participate in a new event? Actually, I was excited about that, because I really like that there are more and more open source events. I'm happy to help them. I'm happy to help university events, because I think that open source and education is a very important topic. So I accepted almost immediately after I confirmed my availability, without really knowing what would be the topic, what would be the agenda, and well, no regrets at all. I participated in a few sessions this week, and yeah, I really appreciate that you did this event, and I'm looking forward to the new edition next year.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Alex. So it was indeed really a good fireside chat plus AMA kind of stuff. It was really great to have you. So looking forward, I'll stay connected with you. So hi to Dennis. Hi and bye to Dennis. So I hope
okay.
now you have
say bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Dennis.
Bye-bye. No, he's busy.
Yeah. So thanks, Alec. Thank you so much. No. Bye. Take care.
Yeah, thank you too. Bye.
So Rushil, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Hi.
Yeah. So you want to quickly test your screen sharing? Will be.
Yeah. Just hold on 1 second.
Yeah, sure. So you're joining from Belgium, right?
Yeah. It's 7:30 here.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, actually last night, yesterday evening, actually, I had my vaccination, my first dose. Yeah, so I was just not able to sleep very well, but I thought that I'll still join.
We can understand the difficulty, actually.
Thanks. Okay, so let me try and share my screen quickly. Okay, 1 second, I'll have to allow it now first.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just log out and log in quickly.
Yeah, not a problem. Yeah.
Can you see and hear me again?
Yeah, we can see you. We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Cool. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Sure.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see, but it's not full screen. Yeah.
Okay. I think, can you see it now properly?
Yeah, yeah. So Rushil will quickly introduce you, and then we can get into the session.
Yeah,
over,
yeah, sure.
over to you, Sanya.
Joining with us today, Rushil Sharma, who is currently working as specialist customer engineer for Google in Belgium. He's a tech enthusiast and a lover of Linux. He's having more than 8 years of experience in the tech world with major enterprises including Red Hat. His skill set include OpenShift, Kubernetes, Ansible, etc. And he was a contributor of OpenShift 4, which is an operator-driven platform that delivers full-stack automation from top to bottom. Also, he loves to share his knowledge and thoughts with others. So he has given talks on various conferences and summits like Fossasia Summit. He has completed his graduation in the year 2012 from Rajasthan Technical University, Kota in Information Technology. So we are really excited to hear from Rushil about the more interesting topic, how to open source. Over to you, Rushil.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the amazing introduction. I think I couldn't have done it better myself. So thank you. Thanks everyone for joining today. And let me quickly give a brief on what I'm currently doing in my current role. So as you already heard, I'm working at Google Belgium, and I work as a hybrid cloud specialist, customer engineer. What a customer engineer do is basically bridge the gap between the completely technical teams and non-technical teams. So for example, if I am working with say a client, and the client has the CEO, CIO, CTO, solution architects, developers, all of these people, and then we go to them and help them out with some of our Google products, such as if you have heard of Google Kubernetes engine, I hope so. So how can they implement it and things like that. So that's where I come in. I work with both the teams, the management teams, the developers, the solution architects, and the other required important individuals of the organization who make the decisions which are required to onboard any technology in their organization. Before that, I worked in Dubai as well. In Dubai, I was working in Emirates National Bank of Dubai. And there as well, I was working on OpenShift, Kubernetes, and anything related to containers. You know, it's complex and crazy world out there when it comes to microservices. But even in this craziness, there is a very good option for everyone to work on, which is called open source software OSS. or open source technology. So whenever I speak on this topic specifically, open source, I focus on how anyone can contribute on any level. Like if I speak of myself, I'm not a huge programmer and I don't do a lot of coding. I believe there are a lot of people in the audience right now who can code a lot better than me, but I still contribute to open source. So there are different ways of contributing, and how we can contribute or how we can proceed with contributing in the technology of our choice is something that I usually try to explain. So this is what I'll try to do. So first of all, let's understand what is open source. So if you open up Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia, which used to be one of the biggest source of information for me at one point in time before I started, streaming YouTube videos. But yes, Wikipedia is still one of the biggest source of information for everyone, and it's free, right? So that's one of big examples of what open source is, Wikipedia. You can try to edit those pages. If you see that there's something wrong in it, you can edit that, correct the information. That's how Wikipedia works. So if you just look at the definition, open source software is just a computer software that is released under a license, which the copyright holder grants users the right to use, study, change, distribute the software, and it's developed in a collaborative public manner. So what does this mean? Does it mean that open source software is always free? Does this mean that I have to actually code or write a program in order to contribute towards open source? So I don't think that this is correct. This is one of the biggest misconceptions when it comes to open source contributions. People think that if they don't know how to code, if they don't know how to write a program, if they don't know any specific programming language, they cannot contribute, which is completely false, because there are multiple ways where you can contribute, and let me tell you a few. So one of my favorite and easiest way of contribution in the world of open source is attending such conferences and giving such talks, because I don't have to write anything. See, I just created a presentation and I'm just giving this presentation, and this is considered as a contribution because you are making more people aware of what open source is. So let's say, for example, we are discussing phones, mobile phones or tablets, but mobile phones specifically because I love tech. When you discuss mobile phones or laptops in general, or any kind of, or let's say a tablet, there is one deciding factor which can make a decision for you. I mean, where you can make a decision which one to buy, and that's the operating system. So for mobile phones, two of the biggest operating systems in the world are Android. Like Android is the biggest, it's on most of the phones. And then you have Apple, you have iOS. But these two are completely different kind of softwares. One is closed source. So with Apple iOS, you cannot, you won't find that code online, right? You cannot make changes to it. You cannot change it the way you like it. But it comes with its own perks compared to Android, which is open source. You can download it, you can distribute it. If you own a mobile company, you can make an operating system just the way you like it, and then you can also distribute it. And Android, as you know, was created by Google and then made open source. So this is a very brief difference between these two kind of softwares. So when you talk about open source, if you are suggesting someone that instead of using Windows or instead of using some other kind of operating system, if you're in tech, if you're an engineer, or even if you're just a manager and not doing any kind of technical stuff, if you spread the word to use more open source software, like using Ubuntu, Fedora, or Rocky Linux is a new one, and any kind of open source software. VLC Media Player, right? You must have used VLC Media Player, correct? And there was one instance that I really remember. It was when I was giving a talk at Fossasia, Singapore, and I made the creator of VLC. I forgot the name, it's a very difficult name, but yes, I have a picture I'll share with you guys. So I was speaking with him and he said that yes, there are just 2 people who created VLC Media Player, which was really mind-blowing. So regardless of how many people there are or what technology you work on, there are always ways to contribute to open source. So one way was just like this one, like we are discussing right now, we are adding more people to the community. Another way is that you test those softwares, right? So there are a lot of issues open on GitHub, Stack Overflow. You can go there, you can try those softwares out, and if there's a bug, you can report that bug for that specific open source software. If you know how to fix it, you can fix it. Even if you don't fix it, just for finding that bugs, it's a very big contribution. And if you are able to find bugs in Facebook, Google, Apple, Microsoft, or some other big giants, you'll be rewarded a very handsome sum of money as well. So this also can become a very good habit if you want to make money without even coding, but you also want to contribute to open source. So you can learn a lot of things as well as make money. So there are different aspects to it which you can explore, definitely. So that's a second way to test the software. So one of the things that I did at Red Hat, when OpenShift 4 was releasing, I started testing that product out when it was in beta, even when it was in alpha. And I found a lot of bugs. I created bug reports and I submitted it to the developers. I consulted with them on what features are required in this software to make it better than the last one and what will make the users happy. So this is another way. If you are working in an open source company, well and good. If not, you can still contribute to their open source projects. How? So you already know. So okay, let me quickly brief on this point, then I'll come back to this the other one later on. Is it always free? The motive behind having free and open source software or completely open source software was to make it publicly accessible to everyone or easily accessible to everyone. If you make your open source software as a paid version, then it doesn't solve a lot of problems. But again, depending on what kind of a software it is. So it could be an enterprise product, right? So if it is an enterprise product, that means there's a lot of hard work which has gone into it, right? So if you have worked for years and years, but you still want to keep that product open source, then it solves another issue, which is a big organization contributing to the source code means the issues will be resolved quickly, and the feature enhancements, the RFEs, they will be incorporated even quicker if it's done by normal people like us, because we have to take out time from our own job. So this is what Red Hat and Google, IBM, these companies are doing. So what Google does is Google creates software, then invests a lot of time and hard work in it, and then makes it publicly accessible and free under GNU and GPL licensing. So most of the times when you work with open source software, or you, let's say, hear about any or talk about any open source software, it's also free, but sometimes it can be paid as well. So just like any product from Red Hat, most of the products from Red Hat, not any, you have to pay for them. Like OpenShift is not free, or RHEL, again, Red Hat Enterprise Linux. If you need the support, the enterprise support, if you want the enterprise experience, you need to pay the enterprise amount. It's as simple as that. So it's not always free. Now, moving on to what is GNU GPL license. So GPL stands for General Public License. So it's just abbreviated as GNU GPL. Now, because it's free, it's open source, it still has certain guidelines on how can you use it, because it's free doesn't mean that you can abuse that power, or you can use the code or source code for some purpose which is not intended it to be. So like, let's say you're using Ubuntu, but you're not you, but somebody is using Ubuntu for something which is like, let's say something illegal, that's not allowed. Again, there are a lot of different things under this license which you can Google and read about if you are interested. It's a big license. So that's what the license for open source software is called, a GNU GPL license, General Public License. Now, speaking of open source, Google is one of the biggest, actually the biggest open source contributor in some of the softwares which are heavily used. So here is an example of Kubernetes. So let me give you a quick story of how Kubernetes started. So there used to be a software called Borg, and some of the Google engineers, they were looking towards creating something which can handle lots and lots of workload and lots of different containers. So Google was using container technology long before it was made open source, because they had been contributing towards it, so that they can use that inside the data centers and different aspects of their own infrastructure. So once they had something really concrete, they donated the source code to CNCF, which is the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. But if you go to GitHub now, you'll find that Google is still the #1 company with the highest number of GitHub commits on the open source Kubernetes software. Not just Kubernetes, but there are lots and lots of different open source projects which Google is currently running and actively contribute towards it. Why does Google do it? So that the entire community can benefit from it. So this is one of the things, one of the primary reasons why I was motivated to join Google. So having said that, let's talk about how and where you can start contributing, right? Because that is one of the primary things that we're looking forward to. Now, if you guys are programmers, if you guys do a lot of coding, then you can definitely, I believe you already have your GitHub profiles. So there are certain resources which I'll share. I'll share that by the end of the presentation. So there are certain links where you can browse. So for example, on GitHub, there's a page and you can just look at that page. It says exactly what I'm saying here, how to contribute or what is open source and things like that. You can go to your favorite repo, you can fork it, and then you can start contributing towards it. If you don't want to code, again, as I said before, do not code. You don't need to know how to code. You can start by just answering questions on Stack Overflow, right? So let's say somebody has asked how to create a VLAN, a virtual LAN in Linux box, and how to give a virtual IP to those Linux machines so that they can communicate with the VIPs on VLAN, right? So this is a question, and not everyone knows how to do it, but it is required for from a lot of software to to have a VLAN in your Linux machines to communicate with each other. If you know how to do that, then you can answer the steps, or even you can just find the answers online and tell that specific person how to do it. This is open source contribution as well, because you have solved a problem on the internet. Solving these problems on the internet is also important. Not everyone can code. Sometimes when I go to GitHub or Stack Overflow, how do I troubleshoot things? I Google them. I go to these websites where they have already, asked this question. And then even after 10 years, 8 years, or like I've been teaching since 2008. So even today, I always double check or verify some of the things that I don't know or I'm a little bit confused about. So I go to Google, I go to these websites where a lot of people like yourself have helped other people on resolving the issues. You can start contributing by looking at logs of people who have shared from their own systems. Usually people share the output, and then you can have a look at it. Maybe somebody missed something and you caught it. So it's not just about helping them, but again, it will start, you can start creating some noise there, right? Then people will start knowing you. So if you become a known figure, if you become a known person in the open source community, it helps a lot, right? Because see, honestly speaking, at the end of the day, once you have done all of this, you still want to have a good career, right? You want to have a good job, you want to have a nice salary and things like that, correct? Everybody wants that. I also wanted that. So these are some of the things which are called, like in professional terms, this is called going above and over and above, or going beyond, doing something which is not a part of your job description. So this is that extra thing that you can start doing. If you are still in college, it's even more, it makes even more sense for you guys to start doing it, because once you start working, once you have a job, then it becomes really difficult to contribute to open source software. Because let me explain. Sorry, I'm still a little bit tired because of the vaccination. So yeah, it's a little bit sleepy. So coming back to the point, let's say you have a job now, you're working. So in a 9-to-5 job or even a 9-to-6 job, anywhere in the world, not just India, but anywhere in the world, you won't have enough time after your working hours to contribute, right? So that's one of the reasons why I keep saying that just by coding, you cannot contribute. So this is how I contribute now, because I cannot code, right? I want you guys to start doing what I started doing. So, and then you can guide other people. So this is a chain which we need to keep going on, so that more and more people can, you don't know what someone can do. Maybe some of you can find a bug in Facebook, right? And then you can start writing security software. So nothing is impossible. So this is why I keep saying that start contributing, start doing, start speaking. Speaking is a very good thing. Start speaking, start talking to your friends, even your family, if they understand tech, right? So I force my family to use some of the tech which I like. So for example, if I like Android a lot, I bought everyone in my family an Android phone, because I was able to manage it very well, because there are different software which are available, right? So you can fine tune it the way you want, just for yourself. Not the case with iPhone. With iPhone, you have certain restrictions, but you get some other good ecosystem within Apple. So that's a completely different thing. So this is how I try to contribute. This is what I like to do. And I think, yeah, this is more than enough information for you guys on open source. I don't think there's anything else that I can share with you. But what I can do is I can ask, we can do a Q&A now. And apologies for being keeping this short, because I couldn't find enough time to prepare for this presentation. But yes, this is where I end my presentation. But let's keep this interactive. And if you have any questions, let's take those questions now.
Yeah, Rushil, I know it had been very hard, especially with the COVID vaccination, and you had very little time. I know it was on a short notice that you agreed to be part of the Open Source Summit, so we had some change in the speaker. So very glad, very happy that you're part of the summit, and I hope we'll have some questions from the participants. So participants, feel free to unmute yourself or pose the questions through the chat box.
Yeah, any question, like anything that you want to ask, even if it's not related to the talk, please go ahead. And please ask questions, because if people don't ask questions, then I feel like that I have not done anything at all, or I'm so good that everybody understood everything in just the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, Rushil, so personally, I have a question. So
yeah,
being a student from India, and you like climbed your ladder up to Google. So what it feel like to study in India? We know the education system is quite a bit different from the other countries. So what is your advice to the newbies out there, newbies in open source, your experience with Google, how to like what is the initial things that students should focus on to get a bright career, especially in the open source community?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I have been asked these questions like quite a few times now. So I am a pro in answering this now. So I'll answer it. So let me share my own experience first, and then what any one of you can leverage from that experience. So one of the reasons why I, like you said, the climb up the ladder, one of the reasons why I was able to do it was because I have been a nerd my whole life. So even when I was 3 or 4 years old, my parents used to tell me that I still used to play with anything which was a kind of a gadget in the house. That time, the only thing that I used to play with was VCR. If you guys know VCR, I don't know if you guys know what a VCR is. So we used to had video cassettes back in time in the 90s. Like you have, actually you don't have anything. We don't have anything now. It's all in the cloud now, right? Before we had DVDs, VCDs, and Blu-rays. We had video cassettes. The video cassettes used to be these like big black blocks of plastic with a magnetic tape inside, and there was a video cassette player, a VCR or VCP. So you had to insert that video cassette inside that VCR, and then you can watch the movies. So every cassette had one movie. I had a few of them, like Man in Black, Terminator 2, even the Amitabh Bachchan's Dawn. I used to play it. I don't even remember it, but my parents said that I used to play it myself. So I love technology since a long time, but I am from a very small college in Jaipur, and I never left that zeal to learn. I always wanted to learn something, and I was always fascinated by companies like Google. So when I was a kid, I used to think that how do they even get in a company like that? Then somebody told me that you don't even need a college degree to go into Google. So when I was in 12th, I applied to Google, and I never heard back from them until 10 years. So this was something that I kept doing every year. I started learning things. I started learning Linux. I love Linux. I love open source software. I love networking. I used to teach kids who were studying for CCI security. So, but I never did CCI security, but I knew how to, teach them and what were the things which were required for that. Then I did RHCSA, RHCE, OpenStack, Gluster, different certifications. I just did those certifications so that I can have something concrete on my resume. But to be honest, it was a lot more than that, because regardless of which certification you do, it will not help you a lot in getting a job. What will help you in getting a job is your own knowledge and how you deal under pressure. Interviews specifically are not only a test of your knowledge, but also a test of how well you can perform under pressure and under difficult scenarios. So I started preparing for those pretty early in my life as well. I used to give mock interviews. I used to do debates with my friends in college. And I also did some acting. I used to do theater. So I joined an NGO. I started doing theater so that my public speaking skills could get better. So when I started to act, I was nervous in the beginning, but then when you do all those things during that play, a 5 or 10 minute play, you open up a lot. So compared to that, what I'm doing now is just a normal conversation. So even if you give me, then I started doing lightning talks. So lightning talks, if you don't know, you are given a topic, and under 5 or 10 minutes, or sometimes 30 minutes, depending on where it is. In Fossasia, Thailand, it was, I think, 30 minutes. And in DevConf Red Hat Bangalore, it was 5 minutes. So you have to prepare a talk in 5 or 10 minutes, and then you have to present right then and there. I was able to do that because I had a lot of experience of public speaking and doing theater, nukkad nataks as well. I did that. I love them. I wish I can do that again sometime. So this is something that I did over the last 10 or 12 years, I believe. So I started doing all this in 2008. And then I finally got a very good job at Red Hat. And the reason I got a very good job at Red Hat was I love Docker containers, and I was studying Docker containers since 2015. So I think they came out in 2013. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I picked up it pretty early in life. And because of all these things, like the public speaking, giving trainings, and the love for technology, these factors helped me a lot in cracking a lot of interviews over the past 2 years, to be honest, 3 years, past 3 years. I have given, like, I believe I have given more than 50 interviews in last 3 years. Yes, 50 is not an exaggerated number, but it's could be a lower than the actual one because I don't even remember some of them. So keep giving even if you guys are, let's say, you create a group between your friends, 2 or 3 friends, and let's say that you are a group of 4, then start doing this exercise. I did this. You create a group of 3, then you interview the 4th guy, and then you rotate this between all of you. Then share the feedback with each other, and then see what you're doing wrong. Or you can record yourself giving an interview with your friends, because it's the pandemic right now. So one of the advantages, sit with one of your friends, give an interview, ask them to be very strict, and ask them to ask you difficult questions. Then record that and view it, how you did in that interview. I'm 100% sure you'll find a lot of things that requires improvement, because that's what happened to me last year. I was really impressed to see how much improvement can someone do, even if you are many years back. Sorry? I think someone's speaking. Hello?
Yeah, Rochelle, there was a technical problem.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, so I think this is something that you guys can so please send the second session feedback. Okay, there's some, I thought it was a question. Yeah, so this is something that you can do, and this is something that will definitely help you in cracking the interviews. Now the second point comes is that how to get an interview call, right? Because that is one of the big problems. I also faced that answer is a bit tricky, to be honest, because a part of getting an interview call is also luck, not like a lot of luck, but yeah, just a little bit of it. So how do you think that you can get that luck factor to get an interview call from any company that you want? It's being persistent, like just keep doing what you're doing persistently. If you applied to, let's say, a company which you want to go, but you did not hear back, apply again, keep applying. improve your LinkedIn, reach out to the recruiters. So try to find who the recruiters are, and you can reach out to the recruiters and share your profile with them. Even if they are not coming back, then you do this with someone else. There are more jobs in the market. Then there are people who are willing to do this over an extended period of time. Because if we don't hear back from someone for, let's say, 3 months, which is a big time, 3 months is a very big time for not hearing back from someone. So we feel like nobody can get a job like this. Like, what's this? Nobody gets calls from LinkedIn, or if I go and apply from the company portal, I won't get a job. It's not like that. So I'm sure that it doesn't work that way. They definitely hire from LinkedIn. They definitely hire people from the company's portal as well. But with some organization, the problem is that the number of applications which come in every year. So let's talk about Google. Google receives 3 million applications every year, 2 to 3 million, I believe. It's a humongous number, and they don't have enough people to read or go through all of them. So that's why they rely on some other sources, like they recruit interns, they rely on referrals, they rely on interviewing people very thoroughly. So these are some things that companies like the big organizations, they do. But that doesn't mean that you will not get a job there. If I can get a job in Red Hat or Wipro or Google, then anyone can do. I think it's not that difficult. It's just about discipline. So be disciplined. That's something that I tell everyone. If you're disciplined, then I believe that definitely you can do anything that you want. That's about it.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Rushil. It was really great to have you. So I don't want to further bother you. I know you're already tired, so take a good rest. Come back fresh. So thank you so much for being part of Open Source Summit India 2021.
Yeah,
thank
always.
you. Bye. Take care.
I'll share this with you guys, and thanks again. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Christy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Wanna quickly test the screen sharing?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
sure.
can. Just as a moment. Can you see the?
Yes, we can see, but yeah, full screen.
So it works fine, right?
Not yet.
Sharing is paused. Just a moment. I will just share my main. I'll try to share my main screen.
Yeah, it's perfect now. It's perfect now.
Does it work like this?
Yeah, it was okay.
It does, right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so just a second to open the camera, and then I can start.
The screen sharing is turned off now.
Yeah, I can restart it.
Yeah.
So hopefully you see me now.
Yeah.
Great, and hopefully you see my screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. So I shall quickly introduce you to the audience, and then we are good.
Perfect. Great.
Yeah, so here we have Christy Progry. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yeah, she's a program coordinator of the GNOME Foundation. She helps organize conferences, coordinating internships, and helping with the General Foundation activities. She is from Albania. She completed her university studies in international affairs and diplomacy and advocates for the importance of decentralized technology in today's age. She had also been a chairwoman for Open Labs Hackerspace, which is a community in Albania. She's also a famous tech speaker and a very prominent and active figure in Twitter. So we are really excited, Christy. We are really excited to have you for Open Source Summit India 2021. And over to you. You're all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me and for joining the session and listening actually to my presentation. So, yep, as you already introduced me, I am Christy Progri. I am the program coordinator for the GNOME Foundation. It has been around 3 years that I'm working for GNOME now. I'm a staff member. And I'm also the chair of the engagement committee, which is one of the teams actually in the GNOME community, where I will be talking more later. That's actually focused only to build up the community, to engage our volunteers in marketing and in other areas that are not technically specified. On my free time, I love the weightlifting. This is the way that I try to release all the stress. And every time that I'm full of open source and free software, I just go and hit the gym, and weights really help me relax. So for those who don't know, Albania has the highest number of the bunkers in the world. This is actually left from the communist system that we've had for around 50 years. Our former dictator thought that the best way to escape, the big power countries like the States and so on, was to build up these bunkers so all the Albanians could go under and hide from the nuclear bombs. So my country is actually full of these bunkers. So if you happen to come and visit Albania, this is one of the things that you will definitely check immediately once you get in our country. And so some good things now is that the south of Albania is actually super amazing, and we have a beautiful coast. And the south is actually more to the sea and to the nature, so it's more for the summer. And the north of Albania has a lot of mountains, so all the people usually during the winter, we just go up north and we enjoy the mountains and the snow and the cold weather. Yeah, so this was like an introduction on my background and where I'm from. I'd like to stop for a few minutes to explain my previous experiences on the free software. I have been the chairwoman of a hackerspace in my hometown for around 6 to 5 years. The aim of this organization and of this hackerspace was to actually promote the free software and the open source technologies and softwares as much as possible, with a main focus on growing up the communities, making people feel welcome, and so on. So I've been on top of this for like 5 years or so, and in parallel, while I was actually joining the hackerspace, I was a Mozilla rep. And later, I think that 1 year ago, I became a Mozilla mentor. So I've been an active contributor in the Mozilla for like approximately the same time that I've been the chairwoman of the hackerspace. So it has been like 5 or 6 years. And I need to say that Mozilla has been the place that I've been growing on, like, regarding my skills on, public speaking, or gaining the confidence for a few little things that's so important in the interaction with the community. And I also finished an internship in the Mozilla. And after Mozilla, then I had another internship on the Free Software Foundation Europe, and a few jobs in between. And then after that, I become a staff of the GNOME Foundation. And like 1 year ago or so, less than 1 year ago, actually, I also become a member of the GNOME Foundation. I have been organizing many free software conferences here in my hometown, but also online for GNOME, for Mozilla, and for other communities such as I've been one of the co-organizers, for example, for the Nextcloud conference or LibreOffice. So being in a hackerspace has this positive thing that you cannot really focus on just one thing, but you need to do as much as you can because everything is all around you. And currently, I'm also working for the Chaos team. That's part of the Linux Foundation with a main focus on building the matrix for the communities. And my focus and what I'm actually mostly working on for the Chaos is on the diversity, equity, and inclusion. And before I go deep on how GNOME community is built, I'd like to share a few points from my experience. If we have people in the audience that are trying to build up their communities, I really feel you. It's a very, very not stressful, but difficult job to do. And it's difficult to get many, many people from different backgrounds in one time for one purpose and trying to organize them. So I will share with you a few things that has helped me out personally, and I hope that this would actually apply for you too. The first thing that's so important, I feel, is like the physical space. If you'd like to organize a big community, it's really important to have a place that you can all gather, discuss for different topics. And even if it's not a topic for the free software, it's actually super important to get everyone and even have a coffee or like a drink, a beer, because in this way you can, you know each other more, and this will help you for the future socialization and for the collaboration. The second point are the regional cross-border collaborations. So what we have been doing a lot is that we tried to organize or to co-organize events or meetups with other teams that are near Albania. Like we have been traveling to Kosovo, we have been doing collaborations and had also meetups with the Greek community, with the Italian community. So I think that trying to collaborate with different cultures and different backgrounds and different people, it also helps you to expand the ideas, the perspective on different things. So it helps you gain a new idea on different topics. So when the communities are often growly and when the incomes and when the donations, for example, start to grow on fast and big, we really face the fact that we need to hire people in the community to help with the job, to make it happen, to make the conferences happen, and so on. And this usually creates a very tricky balance between the paid staff and the volunteers. So it's so important in case that you are gaining a lot of donations, if you are having a momentum, it's so important the way that you recruit the new staff, the way that you get new people on board. It helps you a lot on putting the balances between people and making and feeling and making others feel happy and not upset or sad, because these kind of things, unfortunately, are unavoidable in free software communities. The other point that I really love to mention is that the diversity is the key to a healthy community. If we do not have people coming from different backgrounds, so it's not important just getting people that are programmers, that getting people that are, I don't know, cybersecurity or like focused on or sysadmins. So it's important also to get people that are coming from a complete different background. Like go in the University of the Geography and History and recruit people there to help you out with the Wikimedia, or go at the university where the languages are learned and recruit people to do the localization. This would really, really give your community a complete different spirit. Also, there is this very fine line on the diversity regarding the gender. In Albania, it's actually a completely different thing because we have so many women studying for computer sciences, because I guess that it's the same situation for India, where the parents say that go study for computer science or for for being a doctor, because it's a field that has a lot of jobs, and you'll be rich and many good things will come. So this has brought us to the moment and to the situation when we have so many people studying for the computer sciences. And but if it's not the case in your country, then I guess that starting to do it would be very welcoming and healthy for everybody else that will be joining. Localization that I mentioned before, it's so important. Having software in your own local language will help not only you, but your parents, your grandparents as well, and everyone whose English is not their first language. Pictures already didn't happen. What I meant with that was that the documentation is actually so important. You can do 1 million things in the community. You can be the hero of the community. But if you don't have something that's left out of it, it's so important. It's so difficult to tell the others what you have done, because the words cannot express fully what has happened. And having the pictures or the wiki or explaining what has been done in the past will help you set a standard in the community that will help to make it grow. And it will also help to do many applications for the donations, for the fundings, or organizing events. And a big thank you to all the designers for their awesome job that they do every day to keep our communities looking good online and help us to create these super important posters. And I really feel like it's a so important part of the community, because once you see that something is good looking, and once you see that that things are working, and that that the community is actually organized, it makes people feel more comfortable and more welcome. So this was the slide that I had for few tips that are regarding building up the communities. And what I feel that it's so important is to research for cultural elements that will influence the community. When you start to build the community in your hometown or wherever you are, even if you are just studying in a different country, please take into the consideration the cultural environment that the people are coming from and the political background. I'll just give you a brief example from my hometown. So as I mentioned, we have been in the communism for 50 years, and volunteering work in the communism, it's not as the volunteering work that we know nowadays. So it's more of a forced work. And when we used to tell our parents that we are volunteering in this community, they said, "What is this?" And they were so skeptic that it was something that we were forced to do. So when you are in an environment like this, try to get people by changing the language that you're using, for example, or by making the environment as comfortable as possible for the people coming. So please take into the consideration where they're coming from, what they do, and try using the empathy for these kind of things to make them feel happy, or to make them feel comfortable, because many people might be skeptical for what they're doing. And now I go to the GNOME topic and how I have actually applied all these things into the GNOME and how this has helped me out to build it up. And with I mean everyone that's volunteering in GNOME and everyone who is willing to help on building up the communities. So GNOME is a nonprofit organization, and you already know that we build up this desktop environment that is super cool and super awesome. And so it has been founded on 15th of August 2000. And beside the desktop environment, we're trying to build up many more cool things, and not just like keeping the focus out there, but trying to get out in the public as many good things as possible out of the free software code. In case that you would like to at least not just contribute, but in case that you would even like to come and see what happens down there in our community, I have actually spotted out a few things that you can help for GNOME. You can help us with coding, you can help us with documentation, with the translation, and with the engagement with the community, like building up building some blog posts, like writing down them, or the social media. For the coding, translation, and documentation, we have like a wiki that I can help out with a link probably later when the presentation will be done. It's getting in touch, this wiki, and you have here all the sources that you can use in case that you'd like to just contribute for one of these things. For the chat platforms, we are using Matrix, IRC, and we have the Rocket Chat platform as well. For writing down, like if you have any question for GNOME, like for the software and so on, or something that's not working, or even just, saying hi, we have this discourse.gnome.org. So you can check there all the latest news for GNOME. We use GitLab to track for our problem tracking system. We have been using mailing lists a lot more in the past, but now that we're using the discourse, mailing lists are not as active as it has used to be before, but they are still on. And if you'd like to see the super cool post, like the blog posts that our community members do, we have the Planet GNOME, and you can check there everything. And at gnome.org, you can also see all the latest blog posts, announcements, everything that we do there. And for the engagement team, as I briefly mentioned before, it's actually just this team to promote GNOME by coordinating the communication with users, developers, contributors, partners, and everyone else who is interested to contribute in our project. So engagement team, we have tried to divide the engagement team within few sub teams inside, because it's so hard to organize a whole community if you don't have a structural way of thinking on how to get all the people together to work for the same thing. So we have one working team for the social media. We have one working team for the events and conferences, one for the fundraising team. The other one is for the onboarding. And the last one is for the graphic design. For the social media team, well, the title says it all, what it's for. You can check, for example, all the Twitter account of the GNOME, all the Reddit account for GNOME, Facebook account for GNOME. Everything is handled by staff member and by our volunteers of doing their incredible job on keeping that updated and posted and actually replying and having the conversations with people online. It's a demanding, it's not an easy thing to do, but since we got people on board for that, it's easy as well to separate the works and the jobs and what can do one person and what can do the other person. So yeah, basically the social media consists on being responsible for managing the social media, handling responses to questions, and engagements on the post. And we have 2 active team members that are Caroline and Tib. And in case that you are interested to join one of to join the social media team, you can either email one of the 2 members, or if you're not sure what you want to do with this, you can just go in our GitLab account, check it, see what happens there, and then you can just go on and sign up if you'd like to contribute. For the events and conferences, this is the fun part, one of the fun parts before the pandemic happened, because we used to meet all in person so often during the year. It's actually the team that takes care of organizing the events and the conferences. And we do this weekly meetings or bi-weekly meetings to help and get everything ready for the conference and everything on set. I am the main coordinator for this team. Here is my email that you can also use if you have any question after the presentation. Oh, dun, dun, dun. I missed it. Okay. I hope you can see it now.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. For the events and conferences, I would like to mention that GUADEC will happen this month. It's on the 21st of July. It's the GNOME biggest event. This is a picture actually taken in Greece on 2019. If you'd like to check out what we do and what will be the schedule of the GUADEC, here is the website that you can see. It's so fun. It's actually like a almost 1 week conference, talk days and workshop days. So it's a good amount of time of people actually getting together. We would like to say a big thanks to all the sponsors for their amazing support that they have been sharing with us throughout all these years. And yeah, before the pandemic, when we could actually have a beer together at the same place, more than 5 people, the socialization was a super important part. And everyone felt like the hallway track, all the bar track, all the pub track was what it made the spirit of the conference so powerful and so fun. And this was for the GUADEC. And we have another cool conference that we actually organize in collaboration with the KDE. It's called Linux Sub Summit. For 2021, it actually happened on May, from 13th to 15th of May. It's actually a conference that I would say it's mostly focused on the technical part of this both communities. We have so many talks for the GNOME shell, for the FlatHab. It's like the schedule is very heavy on this, but we also try to have like other social talks and non-technical talks to make it as accessible for people as possible. We usually have like some cool panels on the Linux Up Summit, and we hope that for next year, for 2022, we'll have it in person. Hopefully, like during the springtime. We still haven't decided for the dates, but I guess that it will be during April or May, something like that. So if you'd like to join, you are more than welcome, or even if you'd like to have a presentation. This is one of the pictures that was taken on 2019 in Barcelona. Aleš, the executive director of the KDE, Rob McQueen, that's the president of the GNOME board, and all the other people discussing for the future of Linux Sub Summit. And another conference that is actually closer to the Indian audience is the GNOME Asia. On 2019, it happened in Indonesia, and last year it was online, and this year will also be online. It's not, so the dates are not still decided, but we expect it to be during October or November this year. It has actually the same logic and the same structure as GUADEC, but it's like shorter in time. It's not like a almost 5 to 1 week conference, 5 days to 9 week conference, but it's more like a 3 or 4 days one. It's mainly focused for the Asian audience, and we try to keep, it's actually the locations is there, so we try to keep it as local as possible. And we have the fundraising team. The fundraising working groups works to get more funds as possible for many activities that we do. And so this team is actually more focused on organizing conference sponsorships, planning the fall and spring fundraisers, writing and collaborating with the foundation staff, and working on the grant applications. If you'd be interested to support GNOME and to donate, here is the slide that helps you to do so. You can become a friend of GNOME in this website, or you can join as the advisory board or general and in-kind sponsorships, or you can also sponsor GNOME events. And the onboarding session, it's actually a team that has used to be very active before. Now it's having a momentum because many people are busy and they're organizing different events around different places, but it was a working team, a working team that was all working together to build a manageable system to onboard new volunteers. So this means that if we were in a conference and we wanted to get new people, we had this onboarding team that would help the new people to set up and to help them figure out what they wanted to do. This was actually a team that was very inspired by the chaos community, because using the matrix was the main idea of this whole team, to make as measurable as possible regarding the numbers. So we had, so in this way we could have a better picture on what's happening in our community and how many people are joining, how many people are leaving. So this would give us a better idea what's going on and what we could improve. And the graphic design. If you are a graphic designer that would like to contribute in GNOME, you should definitely contact Caroline, and she'd be so happy to get you on board. You can either contribute for the general design work for the foundation, or if you are more fond of contributing to one for the conferences design, that's super cool as well. Basically, it consists on creating the event assets, like the banner, posters, art for the swag and GNOME shop. We have a GNOME shop as well. Design support for other engagement projects, and the design work for our websites too. And one other cool initiative that we have is the GNOME University Outreach. So it's a program, it's a new initiative that aims to create a bond between the educational institutions and the GNOME community. So what we have been doing here was that we had people from different parts of the world that were students in universities, like I guess that many of you are currently students in the university, and they could have presentations for GNOME topics, and GNOME community provided speakers for you. So if you wanted to have like a presentation in your university for GNOME and you wanted to have one speaker talking for GNOME Shell or for the GNOME releases, we could find you one. and virtually this person can come to your university and make the presentation, or if you want a speaker for another topic. We had some events for this. We had one in Uruguay. We've had a university outreach in Africa, and I think that in a few other countries that I'm not, and actually we had one in India, but that was 1.5 years ago or something. So it's actually like a small project, but it's starting to grow on more recently. And in case that you are curious about this and you'd like to read more, we have the wiki page over here that can help you set up and join the community if you're interested to. And we are mostly, so me personally, I'm mostly on the Rocket Chat, the link that you can see here. And also on Matrix, I'm on Telegram, in case that you're interested to ask questions, or if you'd like to know more information for any of the things that I mentioned. And we have the Discord, the GNOME.org, the engagement channel there where you can post, create topics, and talk with us in case that you'd like to try and contribute more. So this was a presentation that I had. Thank you so much for listening to me. I know that you've had all these long days with events, with the events, so I really appreciate coming in my presentation. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Christy. That was really an amazing presentation. You like quickly covered on what are the possible ways in which students and universities can like collaborate with the GNOME Foundation. So I think we'll be having some questions. So participants, feel free to unmute yourself. You can drop in the questions in the chat box. So waiting for questions.
Yes, I can write my email here. I need to write it on the main chat. Just a second. We have so many like chats and platforms now. So yeah.
Hi, Christy. I think you can see a question in the chat. Yeah. What are your thoughts on community getting on a more diverse and global level? Or will it have any adverse effect to the goal of the community?
Yeah, I think that it's a crucial part of the community. I will just bring an example. We're trying to set up this survey for the community, and we're just a bunch of people from Europe, and we were actually thinking for the problem in one way. So everyone had almost exactly the same mindset, the same way of dealing with the issue, the same way of fixing the problems. And at some point we said, I think that we need new people on the team with different ideas, coming from different countries, coming from countries from the non, privileged target group of people. So when we brought those people up in the team, it gave the community and the session a complete different level. So having the diverse and the global level it's not just about the numbers. It's not just about getting more women because we need to get more women in the community. It's about getting more people who thinks differently, who have different experience than you do, who has different thoughts than you do, who has a different background than you do, or a different, university that they have done. So this gives us like the knowledge sharing, this experience changing between each other gives a boost to the community and helps and actually inspires other people to join in. me personally, if I see that there's a community with so many people from all around the world, I would feel way more comfortable joining, because I would say, you know, some people out there might be like, are just like one of us. So I can just join in, and pretty sure that they would make me feel welcome. So I think that it's a complete, it gives the community a complete different different aspect and different goal. It's so important.
Yeah, sure, Christy. I think the inclusivity and diversity is very important as far as an open source ecosystem is considered. And GNOME Foundation had been doing exactly the same. So any further questions from the audience? We would love to take some questions. Yeah, I think I'm also keen to know, like you were mentioning that GNOME Foundation is being associated with different universities. Do you have any universities from India, and what are the kind of things that universities can do in collaboration with the GNOME Foundation?
I can give you the name of the university that we had the session, that we have the program before, because I cannot remember it right now. The thing is that, so when we started the university outreach, it was actually before the pandemic. So what we wanted to do was that GNOME to have the possibility to create these local communities in universities, so we could send their swag, or we could send their, like, let's say, like a small amount of money to organize like a small event with a few drinks and so on. So to make it more as interactive as possible, and to share some t-shirts, GNOME socks or bottles, whatever, to make it more, more fun to be in. This was what we primarily thought for the GNOME, like for the university outreach. And now that it ended up like how it ended, we are just trying to do it as online, and as much as we can do in this situation. And the reason that we want to associate with the university, it's mainly not to share what GNOME does and what our goals. That's one of the things. But what's more important is to share with the students the idea of the free software, the idea and the benefits of the open source, and how can actually they contribute to a better internet and to a better software. So it's just not in how cool GNOME is, or how cool another specific, I don't know, community is, but it's also to expand the idea even more. And then it could help us, bring all these people and get more people, and to push more forward the goal of spreading more the free software, ideology, or the way of thinking, and pushing it more forward. So we do these small sessions in different communities. We have people talking there, and we've had also people from the audience joining us. But even in the worst case, if there is no one interested to join GNOME or the free software communities, it's so important for us to share the word out there, and to tell them that, hey, this is what we do, and this is why it's important to join us, because it's not just about being in a community, but it's also the benefit that the whole society gets from the free software and out of it.
Yeah, Christy, we've got another question in the chat. It's related to the GWADC event. Is it a virtual event?
Yes, this year it will be a virtual event, and next year, hopefully, if we could travel freely, it will be in Mexico, in Zacatecas, probably by the end of June or July. We usually have fundings for people to fly to our conferences, where the focus is actually like we get many of our members from the GNOME Foundation joining us, and the speakers actually join us. So yeah, hopefully next year in Mexico, but this year it will be online.
Yeah, thanks, Christy. We have got quite a controversial question. Like we have this tag terms like FOSS, I mean free and open source, and the open source. So though both are really going through different streams, what is your take on this? Should it only be free and open source, or should we adopt to purely open source technology?
Specifically to what? What should be the either like free software or not?
Yeah, I think the question is like, is it only about the free software, or we should go more the open source way, or is it both the same? I don't know what the question was actually intended. Yeah.
I see. So personally for me, what's important is to go with a way that it's that gives the people the freedom to use things for free. You can either call it free software, you can either call it open source, you can name it as you want to name it. It's completely fine for me. I think that what matters the most is what with that words mean. If free software means that here is the code, you can use it, you can change it, you can adapt it with your own needs, then that's what I want. That's what I think that it's important. And I need to say that the free software cannot just be just for the code. Free software or open source, if we want to use the term as well, it goes beyond the code. It goes in actually the way of thinking, the way that we need to share the knowledge, the way that we want to collaborate with each other. So it's just beyond writing this nice, beautiful script that will make your software actually run and that will be shared with the others to make the software actually run. When I've been part of another, like a free software foundation Europe, we've had for a long time this whole conversation whether we should use the word free software or whether we should use the word open source, and there are so many ideas on this. But what as I mentioned before, what I really think that it's important is just it goes beyond the naming, it goes beyond what we want to call it. It's actually to the roots of it. It's to having the opportunity to share freely without money, without any consequences, and without any privacy or security concern, what we want to share with the others.
Yeah, thanks, Christy. I think we have one more question in the chat. How can we be part of GNOME? I think it was already covered in your presentation, but you want to add something to that?
Yeah, so what I can do is I can share the presentations with you all. And if you are interested to be part of the GNOME, just in the non-technical side, we can talk on this. If you want to be on the technical side, we can still talk on this, and we can try to manage and put the pieces together. But what I can say for sure is that we are nice people. We try to make everyone feel welcome, so you can easily be part of our community. Yes, you can definitely have the presentation. I can share it with the organizers, and then, or if I need to upload it somewhere, I would be happy to upload
Yeah,
it.
I think you've already shared it with me. So
yeah.
I can share that with the participants. An interesting question in the personal chat. Yeah, can you ask this question to Christy? Interesting question. So, what is the whole story about the GNOME logo? You've got a nice wide footprint there. So, what is the story behind the GNOME logo?
Oh, I need to check for on the wiki for that. I think it was from the founders. I don't remember it quite well. It like the Miguel de Casa and Federico Mena, when they were actually building up the software, as much as I can remember right now, it came up like the food logo came up very quickly in their mind. Like I think that they just saw somewhere it, or they got inspired by a paw, and then they took it for the GNOME. But I would be happy to share it with you on. I guess that there is a wiki on that, with more information on how actually the GNOME logo came for, but I can share with you all. I just remember that it just came out of a quick thought, you know, 1 second or 2 second thought that makes the difference.
So I hope it should also be related to something like walking with the community, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, but from what I remember, it was not so much deep, like the logo was not so much deep connected with the community, other than it was something that came on, you know, immediately and clicked, you know. But I can definitely check this. I think that I saw this on a tweet like few weeks ago, and it has like slipped my mind.
Yeah. Any more questions from the participants? Feel free to unmute yourself or drop in the chat box. So I don't think we have further questions from the audience. So Christy, it was really great to have you. So special thanks from the entire team of Open Source Summit India 2021. And please convey our regards to Carolyn too. So she was also part of the promotion. Thank you so much. Bye. Take care.
Thank you so much for having me.
We have a question from Atharva Patil. You want to pose a question?
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
please Atharva. Yeah.
काय करते तू? काय ग?
Your question is not clear.
रडते काय ग ती?
Hello.
No, I think his mic was turned.
Actually, yes, sir. His mic was on. He's talking to other person.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you, Christy. So it was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
And for the participants, we have exciting sessions coming up in the afternoon too. We have a lightning talk by Jan Enali from the Code for Foundation for Public Code, Netherlands. We also have a panel discussion on the topic diversity and inclusion in open source. We have 5 open source prodigies lining up together for the panel discussion. So it will be really interesting. So requesting you all to join by 1:25. So don't miss out the session. So that will be the last session for the Open Source Summit. So please don't miss it out. Have a good lunch. Bye. See you soon. Please join by 1:25. Thank you.
Hello, Jan.
Hello.
Yeah. We'll start within 2 minutes. I shall call the coordinator to welcome you. In meantime, if you want to check your screen sharing or any other things, you can do now.
All right. So let's try it.
I will stop the screen sharing.
Hi, Jan. How are you?
Hi, I'm good.
Yeah, we almost have the same background. Yeah, Jan. So, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you well. Can you hear me well, or do I need to?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. So the session is scheduled for 1:30. We have at least 7 minutes left, I think. So will that be okay for you? Participants are slowly joining in after the lunch. So it will take some time for them to get in. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, bye. Hello, Jan.
Hello.
Yeah, so we'll, yeah, please start. I think participants are joining in.
Mm-hmm.
So let me introduce Jan Ainali to the audience. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
That's quite all right. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So Jan is working with developing tools, processes, and collecting best practices for community building amongst the code bases and stewardship. Jan has been a policy advisor on digital issues in the European Parliament for a Green MEP, mainly working on the copyright directive. Before that, he ran a consultancy called Open by Default, which helped public organizations use open licenses to publish open data and make open source software. Previously, he was the CEO of Wikimedia Zurich after co-founding the chapter and being its chairman. Jan has a Bachelor of Science in Innovation and Design Engineering from University of Karlstad. So it really gives me an immense pleasure to introduce Jan Ainali to the audience. Jan, welcome to the Open Source Summit 2021, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. So, hello, I'm Jan Ainali, and I'm a code-based steward at the Foundation for Public Code. And today I'm going to talk about real-world collaboration with the standard for public code. And it's going to have two sort of aspects to it. It's both going to talk about how we, the collective we, you and I and everyone is listening here, could collaborate on a global scale using the standard for public code, but it'll also be about specifically how you can collaborate with others using the standard for public code as a tool. And I want to start a little bit of a why, because that's going to give us some introduction or insight into how and what we're doing that. So let's first zoom out a little bit and get a little bit philosophical, because code is really mostly all about processes. And the city is perhaps the longest running process that humans have created. It has evolved over time, and it's seen progress as time has gone by. And over the last several decades, we have seen a rapid acceleration of technological innovation involving software services at the scale of society, or rather, perhaps the exponential pace of this technological development now really is in this hockey stick part of the curve. So we're really seeing the effects and not just perceiving it as increasing linearly. We see this change coming from Silicon Valley, and some people talk about it as the Great Disruption. But after these disruptions are causing digital transformation, we now ask, is software becoming infrastructure? This is sort of how we always have operated. Humans invent things all the time, and the first 30 years or so, we call them technology, and then if they work and stick, we call them infrastructure. And the shift from technology to infrastructure, that is a huge shift, because if that's the case, there's a totally different set of actors involved in the provisioning of these. And cities has always been assigned to turn technology into infrastructure for the benefit of society. They work to transform technology through iterative generation of policy, or civic code, perhaps. And this civic code, the policy, is the set of rules determined through a public governance model that defines the possibility space of society. And this has happened all over time and all over the places. Things have been made civic through policy, like civic rights, how we handle property and industry, how we want to deal with trade, and of course, transportation. So the question is now, software? Can we open up a new possibility space for if software becomes infrastructure? considering the policy we have today and the way it interacts with software, can we honestly call it a digital society? Because in most cases, the way policy affects software is uninformed and vague. And the way software affects policy, that's hard to say because it's mostly proprietary and closed. So we believe that software that runs our society can no longer be hidden in proprietary code bases or be producing data not owned by the public or be licensed at ever increasing costs from outside companies. Instead, governments need technological sovereignty so they can shape the functioning of public software, just like they can shape policy legally formulated in law. And a software provider might think that not all requested changes are in scope with their vision of a software. Well, it turns out in a democracy, policy cannot be out of scope. Let's say, for example, there's a local party running on the ticket of making parking fees higher on the weekends to discourage people to make trips to the city, like a car-free Sunday, something that's quite popular, especially in the Western Europe. And this becomes popular in the city and they win the election with big majority. And the first thing they want to do is crunch this through the processes. And then they go to the software provider of the parking machines and they just answer, nope, no can do. It's out of scope of our business. I think we all can agree that that's an unwanted situation. So public software must reflect the values of society. And organizationally, each city is remarkably different in how it evolved a software adoption, the development of it, or the deployment practice or culture around it. In the same way as cities themselves are very different. However, cities have uncovered some recurring design patterns in emergent needs among civil servants and citizens for types of digital tools and processes, just like they have found similar things in the physical world. And forward-thinking cities are already building digital infrastructure for themselves. So when software implements policy produced by and for the public, that's what we're calling public code. And sometimes these are even open source perhaps, but they might not really be reusable yet. You've heard about Italian food, you heard about French cinema. Can we just have software? No, software has terroir too. It's one of the most cultural situated things humans can produce. An obvious example is that it's made in the local language and they might implementing local policies. Take, for example, how Amsterdam is taking waterways and canals into consideration in a way that Las Vegas would never even think of. And if we can overcome the problems of this by sharing code bases and collaborating on developing them, cities can spread out the risks of developing on several partners, accelerate production through collaboration, and push back against the dizzying cost of licensing private alternatives. Cities need to develop open, adaptive, and reusable public code bases together as part of their core civic functions. Cities are very similar all over the world, and the patterns are similar, so they should collaborate and reuse. And I talked about code, and I used the word code base. And I'm just going to quickly try to make a sort of a difference between them. So we know that modern software is usually not a single monolithic application. It's made out of components, and these components themselves can be made up of other components. And code can, of course, be easily copied and shared. That's the beauty of the digital paradigm. And we can sort of say that the base of these copies, call that the code base, these can be shared over and over again. And it can also be adapted, modified, and configured, preferably by making those adaptations available to the original code base. When sharing code back to the code base over time, it can become a truly collaborative ecosystem. And that is sort of what we try to do here at the Foundation for Public Code. We provide public organizations with the tools and processes to do so through a set of services we call code-based stewardship. We are a member-based association, and only public organizations can become members. And we have identified sort of that the public sector, what the public sector feel comfortable in doing, and that's a certain set of activities. And these might vary a little bit depending on exactly which kind of organization it is, which also might affect their collaboration. So you see the tiny overlap here. And we've also seen that what vendors are interested in doing, and this also varies a little bit depending on what vendor it is. But when we overlay that with what a community needs for a code base, it's not a perfect fit. For the public sector, there are things that might be hard to procure or hard to know who is responsible for. And vendors might not even see a commercial interest in some parts. And the community might not even want vendors to own some things. And that's what we're trying to do at the Foundation for Public Code, try to fill these gaps. And we use a process called code-based stewardship. And stewardship might be a strange word to use, but you can think of it sort of like a coach. We want to bring the most out of a community and give the code base the best possible conditions to succeed. But we're not actually playing on the field. We are not the developers. We help the developers and the managers and the policymakers to succeed instead. And we use these 4 different pillars, how we think about stewardship, where the areas we can help improve something on. It's the community development, it's seeing the code base as a product, make sure it has high quality, and also see that there's an ecosystem for support. And perhaps our greatest tool in this is the standard for public code. It is a set of certification criteria that we use to audit contributions. And the standard itself, it's collaboratively defined and continuously versioned. On the image here, you can see it's an old image. I need to take a new one. It's now on version 0.2.1. So it's sort of still in a draft phase. We're not at 1.0 yet. And it shouldn't contain any surprises for a developer, but it is a collection of good practices. You're probably already doing most of these things. And if there's some things you're not doing, you probably wish that you're doing it. And you're hopefully consciously taking a shortcut to deliver something on time. And the main purpose of the standard is to enable public organizations to collaborate on a code base and make it reusable. If you comply with the standard, it should be fairly easy for anyone to replicate the code base where you use the standard. And the standard is using 15 criteria, sort of areas that perspectives that we're looking through a code base on, or perhaps even lenses, you can call it. And of these, you would probably sort of have an intuition of most of these just from the names of them. And the only one that might stick out, I think, is the bundle policy in source code, which is the one that is specific for public code, whereas all the others are applicable to any code base, and you could use them to improve the quality and maximize the ways you can have collaboration on your code base. And each criteria consists of a number of requirements, and this is just an example. I'm not going to go through all of them, but they have, of course, musts, shoulds, and mays, just like many other standards have. But it's also a little bit different because it has some explanation, like saying, why is this important? That you might not find that in all standards. It's more like a de facto, like this is what we do. But we want this because we want the standard itself to be readable, not only by developers, but also by managers and policymakers. And we also try to manage expectations by saying, like, even if you're following the standard, what will you not achieve just by doing that? And then, of course, some practical on how to test that you're actually are meeting the requirements. And it also has perhaps something really unique with hands-on advice. And these are advice that are aimed for policymakers, management, and developers and designers specifically, and target those so they can see, oh, what's my responsibility in this? What do I need to own in this process? And you can say these criteria generally fall into 4 different categories. And the first one, obviously, if you want to collaborate, you have to make it even theoretically possible for someone to do that. And for that, we have the criteria that you should code in the open. If no one can see your code, no one can, of course, help you out with it because they don't know what your code looks like or what it does. And you should make it reusable from the start and not hard code things that's just only usable in your situation. And you should, of course, publish with an open license so they know how, and they may reuse it and under what agreement they provide their contributions to your code base to. And of course, you need to use open standards, because if the standards you're using are proprietary, you're excluding a lot of people that don't have access to that standard for some reason. And then the second category is that you want to tell the world that you want to collaborate, because that's not everyone who wants to do it. So you should make that really clear. And you should welcome contributors to your project. And you should make contributing easy, both in process, but also in the technology that you choose. And you should be clear on how people can help you, what you want help with, and what they can expect when they're coming to help you. And then you need to go into explain what and how. And now we're coming into the really parts that are applicable to every code base, not only public code, and not even if you want to collaborate. But you should document your objectives. Like, what do you want to achieve with this code base? Because that will help you out in the future, knowing what you're really trying to do, not get scope creep. And in the same way, you should document the code so that people can understand it. And the first reuser of your code is going to be your future you that will look back at your code and trying to figure out, what did I try to do with this a year ago? And then you should use plain English so that everyone can easily contribute, because you want the entire world to be able to do it. And then you should also say something about your code base maturity. So that is also an expectation setting. Are you already experimenting, are you prototyping, or are you in a stable phase? That will give people a clue about what they can expect. And also the bundle policy and source code goes into here, but that's specific for just public code and not every code base. And then, of course, you need a process that can support collaboration and development in general. So you should obviously use version control. You should require reviews of contributions. Having at least 2 different perspectives on any contribution will guarantee increase the quality of it. And then you should use continuous integration. That's standard nowadays. And use a coherent style so it's really easy to see what the code base is doing. And yes, we're the foundation for public code. We are using this standard but we just started, so we're also laying the foundation for ourselves right now. We're using this standard actively in 4 different code bases, and we're trying to meet them, and we have been doing assessments in others, and some people have started doing assessments by themselves as well. But we're still a young organization, and if you want to help us and think our ideas are good, you're more than welcome. And I see time is running a little bit short here, so I'm just going to skip through some number crunching and just say that, yes, we provide tools and processes that bring people in institutions together to collaboratively build and maintain software as public infrastructure. And we're hiring. Check out our open roles at publiccode.net/careers. And I'm open for questions.
Yeah, thanks, Jan. Participants, if you have questions for Jan, please feel free to unmute yourself, or you can drop the questions in the chat box. Yeah, we've got a question. What are the different types of code bases that we have?
So the different types vary a little bit from very front-end things. So one of the things we have is called Signalen, which is something where citizens and residents in the city can report like a broken street lamp or something through a web app. And that goes back into a routing service and puts it to the correct department to handle it, and sort of tracks everything. And then we have sort of a middleware case management system called OpenSAC, which sort of can track cases of this, but it's not a front-end thing. Instead, it just makes sure it is handled correctly between systems. And then we have a Dutch thing called, it's called omgevingsbeleid. What it really is doing is keeping track of policies related to environment, so that you can sort of see, in my area, what are the policies that are in effect right now, and what was in effect last year or 10 years ago. So you can keep track of that. And now I'm blanking on the final one. Oh, because that's the newest one. It's called Demodam, and it's a fictional municipality where you can showcase sort of open application that you could use in a municipality, so you can see how would this work out in practice.
Yeah, we've got another question. How can universities from India associate with the Public Code Foundation?
So first of all, I think you can sort of look in the standard for public code, which is open and you can reuse it as however you like. It's license CC0 for the advice that we give, because those are things that we have seen being used in commercial companies, in developers in-house, in public organizations, and make sure that your students know how to use these sort of processes. And then you can also give us feedback, like, does this make sense? Is some things hard to understand? We unfortunately have a bit of, in our organization right now, a Western Europe and a North American perspective. So having a wider audience just looking at this and see, is this applicable in my situation? That would be hugely immenseful. Just file an issue and say, hey, I don't understand this, or hey, you could improve this to also be useful for any other context. That would help us a lot.
Yeah,
and you could, of course, also ask public organizations to adhere to the standard, because that will make it more transparent, which will be useful for anyone.
Yeah, thanks, Jan. Do we have any more questions from the participants? Feel free to unmute yourself, or you can drop the questions in the chat box and Jan would be happy to answer. Yeah, we've got a question on, yeah. What do you mean by open source licensing? What are the different types of open source licenses available?
Yes, so that's a very good question because there are many different kinds of them. The one we refer to is the one that are defined by OSI, Open Source Institute. They are sort of seen as the definition of what open source is. And they have a list of licenses and the links are in the standard to it. And that's what we recommend to follow. It's sort of becoming a global standard in itself.
Thanks, Jan. So any more questions from the audience? So I think there are no more questions. So thank you, Jan. It was really a pleasure to have you at the Open Source Summit. So looking forward to catching with you later. So it was really great. So thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Care. Hi, Ariel, Soumya, Chiyuk, can you hear me?
Hi, everyone. Hi, Jacob. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Ariel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hi.
Yeah, we are still waiting for Hong Fook and Samson. I think they'll join soon. So maybe we can begin in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Hi, Hong Fook, can you hear me? Hong Fook, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
I will turn on my camera in a moment.
Yeah, sure.
Here, can you see me now?
Yeah, perfect. We're waiting for Samson. Maybe we'll wait for another 1 or 2 minutes so that Samson can also join in.
Yeah, no problem. I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah, Samson, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, cool.
Hi.
Yeah, so
Hi.
hi. So all our panelists are here. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on whatever time zone you're logging in from. We have people from all parts of the world. We've got an interesting topic today, diversity and inclusion in open source. Quite a debatable topic. A lot of discussions will pour in. We have eminent people from the open source ecosystem, prodigies in open source ecosystem. So I don't want to formally introduce them. So I welcome them all at a single go. And are we good to start? Yeah, I think we are good to start. So yeah, maybe starting from the alphabetical order, Chiuk, can you please introduce yourself?
Hello, so I'm Chuk. I am currently working as the developer relations lead in TerminusDB. So TerminusDB is an open source software. So I'm glad that I work full time for open source, which is great. And personally, I love open source. I'm a Pythonister and have contributed to different open source projects and try to organize events to encourage people to do that as well.
Thanks, Chiuk. I think we have Ariel introducing herself.
Hello, I'm Errol. My pronouns are they, them. I am a designer. So I have been in open source, working for different open source organizations and contributing for about 4 to 5 years, but as a designer. So not doing any code, doing design on lots of different tools. Some of the tools that you might be familiar with that I've contributed to and worked for are Ushahidi and the Open Food Network most recently.
Thanks, Ariel. Hong Fook.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Hong Phúc Tạng, or you can call me Hong. I am the founder of Fossasia. We started this organization in 2009 with the goal to foster open source. In Asia, we develop a variety of software and hardware projects. We also organize many coding programs together with students from everywhere, and especially from India. We have many of our contributors are actually coming from India. Besides Fossasia, I'm also a board member of the Open Source Business Alliance Europe. So I'm here in Germany at the moment. Because of the pandemic, it's difficult to travel around. So I've been here for over a year already. And recently, I also got appointed to be on the board of the Open Source Committee in IEEE. So similar to Ariel and other people here, I love to contribute to open source, and it's been a big part of my life. I'm very happy to be here today.
Thanks, Hong. We're also glad that Fossasia is one of the co-organizers of this summit. So thank you so much for that. Samson.
Hi, everyone. My name is Samson. I lead the DevRel at Sourcegraph, and then I am also the co-founder for the Open Source Community Africa, which I would say is kind of like driving the same mission as Fossasia, but specifically for Africans. We basically help to foster interest in open source, help foster events. In terms of like my own personal contributions, aside from working to build like the open source community in Africa, I serve as a board for Open Source Collective, which is part of the Open Collective platform. If you're familiar with that platform, I used to be part of the board for a software project which was really big in the Google Summer of Code and Google Coding called Sugar Labs. So I have been doing some interesting stuff in open source for quite some time now, and I'm really excited to be here virtually. Thanks for having me.
Excited to have you too, Samson. Finally, Soumya.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Soumya. I'm currently working as an engineer at Red Hat, and I'm a class of 2021. I graduated as an engineer this year in 2021, all virtually. So yes, I love contributing to open source project. I have been a student developer advocate at anitaB.org open source teams as well. And last year in 2020, for my contributions to open source projects and communities, I was recognized as International Women in Open Source Academic Award finalist by Red Hat as well. And yes, I have also been a winner of Google's Connect With Challenge internationally. So this is a quick introduction of mine, and I'm really excited to talk about diversity and inclusion in today's session. Yeah.
Thanks, Soumya. I think you are the youngest one in the panel.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think you are in some way connected to Hong also. You've both been in the list of finalists for Red Hat Women in Open Source Award, I think in 2019, right?
Yeah, like she was in 2019, I was in 2020. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's quickly get into business. So it is a debatable topic, like open source, diversity and inclusion in open source. Not only open source, in any community, we need diversity, and the community should be collaborative and inclusive. So what does inclusion and diversity in the community mean personally to you? So let's go in the reverse alphabetical order. Soumya, your chance.
Okay, so your question is like, what is the significance of diversity and inclusion in a community, right? Yeah, so talking about this thing, personally, to me, diversity and inclusion in any community is very much important. In any workspace, community, or team, more are the number of minds, more diverse is the team, better are the results of any discussion of any topic. And diversity really brings a lot of benefits in any community. People trust on those community in which there are diverse set of people. Let's say if in any particular community there are no people representing a particular section of the society, then obviously the people of that society will be not willing to become a member of your community, right? So it's important to make the community diverse. It's important to make it inclusive. And really, I have seen so many open source orgs doing like modifying their organizational structures to introduce diversity and inclusion in their communities. So yes, it's really very important in any particular community to get the trust, to build trust among the people. And yeah.
Yeah, point conveyed. So Soumya was talking like when you have more diverse minds coming in, there will be a lot of collaboration happening in the community. So I think Hong would definitely love to point out something, because she is running a diverse community. She has a wonderful group of students and open source activists working with Fossasia. And unfortunately, one of them recently died, Arif Jamal, in Aligarh, Uttar Pradesh. So, Hong, what does open source diversity and inclusion mean to you?
Yeah, so hi Jakob. Thank you very much for mentioning Arif. It was very sad for us to lose one of our core contributors. I just say I don't want to say that inclusion to us means that everyone being included and being accepted into the community, no matter like the differences. And it also for us it means to embrace all people regardless of their background, where they come from, their race or their gender. So we at the Fossasia community, we want to give equal access and opportunities to everyone, to people who want to get involved, who want to be part of the open source community. And as you mentioned, we are very fortunate to have a very diverse community of people from everywhere. Even though we are based in Asia, of course, majority of our members are coming from this part of the world, but we also have members in Europe, in the US, and of course today I'm very glad to see again Samson here from Africa. We've been in touch for quite some years already at various events, and I think that inclusion, diversity inclusion, the matters have been discussed a lot, not only in the tech community, but in all other sectors in the society. But I think that with open source, it really gave us the opportunity to show that they actually know diversity inclusion is the matter, but it could be resolved by the power of the community, by the collaboration, because when we work together, we don't really care about all these matter. You mentioned Arif. I also want to tell you that he worked with us for so long, but we never think of, okay, so is it he from India? What is his background? He was a Muslim, right? But he worked together with people from Germany, from Sweden, from Sri Lanka, from Vietnam, and everywhere. So for us, it is a matter of being accepted, with everyone, and we look into people contribution. We see them as a person, we see them for their work, but we don't really pay attention to, not really, I pay attention, not a good word, but the matter of the background or that we embrace it, but we also want to say that we want to give everyone the same access and opportunities. Yeah. I'm sorry. I just yeah. So I'm sorry to. I just feel sad when we mentioned the story mentioned Arif here. Sorry.
That was indeed touching, Hong, and really we all join in remembering the life of Arif Jamal and the wonderful ways in which he contributed to the Fossasia community. So so as Hong rightly said, diverse community, inclusive community is very important for the growth of open source ecosystem as a whole. So how does the whole concept of inclusion and diversity works with you, Ariel?
Yeah, so sorry to hear about the loss of a community member from Fossasia. So my love goes out to you all. So diversity within open source for me is it's tricky, because I know that we really want to be very inclusive within our communities, and we do a lot of work to recognize where the gaps are, where the places are that we are not necessarily doing what is needed for different people. But I still think that there is lots of things that we can do to be even more inclusive. So, you know, I think about the progress that we make in race and ethnicity inclusion, around gender inclusion, but I also think about the kinds of things like people that don't that have other responsibilities, like caring responsibilities, either for children or parents or anyone, and how hard it is sometimes, and how much we take for granted as maybe people that don't have caring responsibilities, how easy it is to find the time to contribute to open source, right? So I still think that there is a lot of imbalance within open source and contributing, and I think that diversity and inclusion are the places where we can make those kinds of things better, where we can have the conversations to say, okay, what would a parent need to be fully able to, you know, contribute to open source in the way that they want to, and how do we equalize that field where, you know, you have people that have a lot of free time and people that don't have a lot of free time? Or how do you make a space where somebody that maybe in their professional career contributes code, but actually what they really want to do is maybe they really want to think about contributing design or learning a new skill through something. So how do we be diverse and inclusive in lots of different ways? So I think I may be diverted from the question a little bit, but I think that honestly, I think that the diversity and inclusion space starts a lot of the conversations that we need to have. But the more open that we are to all the different kinds of things that humans around the world need and have. And I do think that open source by its very nature, because it's open, is able to have those conversations. And the people that I've met in the community are some of the most welcoming of these conversations most of the time when you give the forum over.
Thanks, Ariel. So as Ariel rightly mentioned, most of the people that we meet in the open source community are truly welcoming. So rightly, we have 5 wonderful people here. They was very welcoming to my offer also for being part of this discussion. Chiyuk, how does this mean to you? What does this mean to you, diversity and inclusion in open source or in any community in general?
Yeah, I think it's very important to be inclusive, to welcome everybody, because it's just like the logic of, why a company need to hire diversively is that you want to have more representation from a wider group, because, let's be very practical. Like, for example, if a software is developed only by a bunch of developers who mainly use Linux, they may oversee something that, like, they don't understand a Mac user like me would feel about this software. Maybe it's not that friendly for me, or maybe for a Windows user it's completely not usable. So to put that logic, like, but in a more abstract kind of feel that, like, inclusive, not just like, what OS you use, but also your identity as well, like people's identity, what culture they came from, and then they will understand, in their point of view, what need to be improved, what make it better for user like them. So as someone who engage in user developers, I really think that's very important to have a wider representation, so we can have different opinions on the topic, So I think what, like, for example, the PSF doing is great, that they have a steering council. What Python is doing, they have a steering council, that is not just a few persons' opinion, but it's a wider kind of opinion about how this very popular language would evolve. So so it's very important to have diversity and inclusion in it.
Samson, you've been associated with Open Source Africa, so you might be collaborating with a lot of projects, especially from Africa. What is your take on this? What does inclusivity and diversity mean to you?
Well, to be completely honest, I think personally I've been very horrible doing a lot of personal projects back home, and that's why when I decided to start the Open Source Community Africa, the goal was for me to look back home and try to understand, like, what other talents we can find, and then Africa is kind of, to be honest, like, Africa is quite interesting. The reason I say it's quite interesting is because, like, even back home, because I'm Nigerian, right? Even back home in Nigeria, there's some part of the country I would travel to, and then I'll feel as a foreigner, which just doesn't make any sense, right? But just like what some of the speakers have been mentioning, right? What I'm more interested in when it comes to diversity is, I believe diversity of people make better software, right? And I also believe that we can't necessarily talk about doing open source and building diversity when it's going to be extremely harder for somebody because of their age or the way they look or the way they sound to get a job at Google or some of those big tech companies, right? And so basically, why there's a great I would say workflow within the open source space, there's still technically a problem when it comes to sustaining diversity, right? Like I would say I had a better structure when I joined open source. I was about 8 years old when I started coding, so it was thanks to some program that was kind of a specific to my school and not public to the country. And while I was there, a lot of things I noticed, and just like what some speakers mentioned, like when you're so into the software and you're into the community and you're doing stuff, there's a little bit of time for people to kind of like want to understand who or where are these people coming from. All we just need to do is, like, focusing on the actual process and building the code or building the community itself. But then one of the things that I personally struggled as as someone that is in Africa, but not just about where I'm from, but because of my age. Because in 3 months from now, I should be like 22. So I'm turning 22 in like a couple months. So it was kind of really hard for someone with lots of experience coming out of Africa and trying to like compete to someone from Silicon Valley. So that itself is technically a problem. That's why I'm a huge fan of saying the better diverse people helps better in the software. And I'm thankfully these days it's becoming a little bit better because people with thanks to projects like Fossasia and Open Source Community Africa and some other programs that embrace building diverse people has given companies, software projects, larger community, even government officials to kind of understand that hey, it's not about the way you tag these people. It's more of like the raw talent that you bring from the background. So that's how I look at things, and I'm just saying this to kind of like complement literally everything that most of the speakers have been saying.
Thanks, Samson. So another interesting thought that I want to add to this discussion is we talk about inclusivity, we talk about diversity, but when we look around, we can see that there are a lot of communities, there are a lot of open source communities, but the real question is, are we galvanized or like mobilized on focusing on a single community based on country barriers, religious barriers, racial barriers, or is the community truly open to all? Is there like gender inequalities? Is there like only a certain set of people working on code, a certain other set of people working on something else? I think that is a question I want to pose to the panelists. So let's start with Soumya. Soumya, what do you think? Do you think there is real gender inequality or barriers?
Yes, so based on my personal experience, like the open source communities to which I contributed to, I really feel there is no any such like gender barrier, or there is no anything like a particular group of people only can join the community. No, it's not like that. Like anyone of any age group, everyone is open. It doesn't matter from which country you are coming. It doesn't matter what language you speak. It really, they don't care for the, like, it happens a lot of time that tier 1 colleges are given more significance, right? We talk about this thing a lot, but in open source communities, they don't care about anything. They just want one thing, that is your interest. If you're willing to, if you're excited to contribute to their project, and it's not only that if only you do coding, then only they'll invite you. No, you are invited to contribute to any section, be it designing, be it research, documentation. They have a lot of sections and you can really contribute to any part. It's completely okay if you don't know coding. It's completely okay. You are still welcome, and you can become a volunteer of that open source community. And really, my experience with open source communities like MIFOS, AnitaB.org, I've contributed to several Red Hats open source projects also. My experience has been really great. The communities are so open. They are like welcoming each type of contribution from each and every individual. They don't care about your background or your place of origin, and that's the beauty of open source community. And that's why I always say to everyone that go ahead and contribute to open source projects. You will really get to learn a lot many things, because there so many people are already contributing to those big projects. Like before actually entering into the IT industry, you will get a touch of how actually softwares are developed, how actually the senior software engineers, how they maintain their code, how they develop so amazing softwares, right? So really contributing to open source project is one of the best thing that has happened to me. And that is one of the best thing that exists in the world, really. It has no kind of discrimination, nothing. So yeah.
Yes, Soumya, that's good points conveyed. So I believe from what I understood, diversity is not only about the contributions. Diversity can also be in open source softwares too. So you feel that there is no such gender inequalities in the open source community, and it is welcoming. Glad to know that. And what is your thought on this, Hong? Like you've been managing a huge community. Fossasia is a huge community, a lot of student developers, maybe faculty members from different parts of Asia. So my question is like, so we have like, is it a barrier like force Asia, or is it beyond regional barriers? So how do you see this? Is there gender equality, or is there any racial discriminations happening in the community?
Yes, so I cannot say that the question is there any discrimination. Of course, we do not tolerate any act of discrimination that people from different backgrounds, certainly they have like a way how they feel. But I just want to answer the question. Fossasia isn't only the focus in Asia. As Ariel mentioned in the beginning, the nature of open source is already open. So if you look at the work of different open source software or project, you see that they open their source code in like various platforms. So that this is the first stage of open. It means that it welcomes anyone to contribute. And the official language that being used in the open source community or any project that you can find, of course, at the Fossasia. Even though we are in Asia, we do not communicate in an Asian language. So we use English as a global communication. So this is the second thing, very simple aspect, but it already shows that open source project actually open to everyone. And the reason why some organizations are established in Asia region or in Africa, I think Samson can comment on this. In the beginning, when we started Fossasia, right, we did not think about, okay, so let's only focus, let's create something for the Asian only, but we look at the problem. So there was a problem that we feel that people are not aware of the movement in open source. So back in 2007, 2009, so the internet access also not widely possible in country in Southeast Asia, like my home country, Vietnam, and also in India, everything very difficult. So we make the first step where we want to connect people from Asia and people from the West. People can come in and share and talk about the topic. I think the setting for regional, for instance, if you see there is a Fossasia as a group, and we also have smaller group in India, in China, in Vietnam, open tech in various places. We have Ubuntu South Korea, Ubuntu Singapore. The reason why people setting this kind of group, not because they want to be isolated. I think it's more about how to make things easier for the local people, right? So there's a lot of challenges, not in terms of diversity, but in terms of geography, physically, like the language of the local people speak, even though English is the global language that people contribute, but in order to get people into it, right? So we also need to understand that people from different time zone, different culture, they have their own way of interaction, and it's really normal to form like a local group where people can get closer together, even though there always a global collaboration. I think the formation of regional group is not because people want to isolate into particular kitchen, just because they want to make things easier for newcomers, so for the people in the community. And as I said, there's so many points that we can prove about the openness and the collaboration. But I also do not say that discrimination doesn't exist. Of course, people like have different setting. You know, you also need to see the setting, the motivation of the people and the organization. There always like positive side and also not so positive side. But as everyone here, I think that we are trying hard to make sure that people get the same opportunities, and make sure that we have a good environment where people happily contribute and happily collaborate across different regions.
Yeah, thanks, Hope. I also remember attending the Fossasia Summit. I think we had almost more than 5,000, 7,000 participants from across the globe attending 10-day summit.
So, but Jacob, do you remember that in the organization, right? So similar to here, you see different moderator. They come from India, they come from the US also, and they also come from Europe. So it's only shows us. I'm not saying, of course, we have people everywhere. Majority come from Asia, but I just want to emphasize here that even in the core team, we get the support from people outside of Asia as well. Yeah.
Yeah, surely that is all the beauty of open source, truly inclusive and diverse. Yeah. So Ariel, what is your take on the statement? Like, is there true gender diversity happening in open source?
So I really don't want to move away from the positive note that we're on. I think it's fantastic that we're very positive, and we believe that open source is a great place to be as people wanting to work on projects together. But I don't think the world is discriminatory, right? We live on a planet which is racist, a planet that is discriminates towards women and other marginalized genders. It's, you know, and biased towards a particular language versus another language. And I think what Hong was saying is, you know, it really sort of explains it clearly to me that we don't yet have a world that exists that is equal. So how can open source still, you know, be removed from that world? It can't. It exists within that world, and we work in it as best we can to be accepting, to be equal, to be able to welcome people into our projects. And I think one of the things that I think that there's a couple of things around gender diversity. Like, I think that there are still a lot of steps that we need to take to be fully equal for gender diversity, because it's interconnected, it's intersectional, you know, this word of intersectionality, because people of marginalized genders, so we're talking outside of the gender binary of man and woman, of which I identify in, I'm neither a man nor woman. And I just don't see as many people like me in projects. And if I do, then we're very quiet, we're very worried. We are concerned about how we will be perceived, how we will be welcomed. And a lot of us, like speaking from my own experience, we look for the projects that clearly state, you know, we welcome people of marginalized genders. And I will be overjoyed and have a massive party when we have awards that are not only for, you know, men in open source and women in open source, but marginalized genders in open source, and we have more projects that are accessible to marginalized genders. Because I think that this plays into other things that I was thinking about around how a lot of open source software is not very accessible for people with disabilities and impairments. So there's an inherent sort of ableism within a lot of open source. And, you know, it's hard for open source projects to be accessible because of the resources and because of a lot of reasons. And then I also think about the socioeconomic, you know, discrimination, like, so just, you know, the difference in the access to tools and the access to things that we need to be able to work on open source. So the access to equipment, the access to a stable internet connection and things like that. So I think that we are making, again, we're making steps in the right direction, but I think that so many ways that we can be more inclusive are so connected to some really hard truths of the world that, you know, open source can do what it can within that world. And the more that we are aware of what's going on outside of open source, and the more we talk about it, the more that we build inclusivity from those spaces into our open source spaces, the better this will kind of be progressed. But generally, I've found a very welcoming and open space in open source, but then again, I'm quite old now. Like, I'm in my mid to late 30s, so not a lot bothers me anymore. If I meet people that don't want to accept me, I walk away. But I worry a lot for like younger people that are more vulnerable, or not necessarily younger people, just people that are more vulnerable and don't have that kind of resilience yet to walk away from spaces that aren't welcoming.
Jacob, could I make a quick comment on what Ariel just said? Yeah, so Ariel, so I totally agree with you that a lot of software are not accessible to the disability. But I also want to say, so you said a point that you would contribute to organizations that publicly say that they inclusive and they want to welcome everyone. But the thing is, even if organization they do not share it publicly online, doesn't mean that they do not care about the topic. So maybe people don't just, some organization they just don't worry about your gender. They just don't worry about where you come from. They don't explicitly say this. So not because they don't care about the topic. You know, maybe that was not in their mind, in their thinking that okay, so we have to care about people from, because by default it's welcoming to everyone. Yeah, so I just, the reason why I think this is important, because I see now in the world a lot of company corporation just use this term just show that they are doing good for the world, but actually they are not, and they do the playing around with marketing media. So we are a huge support of diversity inclusion, like sometimes because the world is so different, it never like I never see things in the way that okay, whatever people told me publicly say that it must be true. One thing at one point I just want to say that even if some organizations do not have a fancy page saying that we support diversity inclusive, they might just be open to everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Hong. The whole crux of the discussion was like we are talking about Hong and Ariel. We're talking about equality at all levels. We need to consider the marginalized sector, the marginalized genders, and like people with a disability, other impairments. So how open are we really are? So Chiuk, what do you think? Is the community very open to the marginalized genders and to the people with disabilities and impairments?
Yeah, I would like to say that just like, I don't think from what I see in the open source community, there isn't any active discrimination, which is like, everybody know what is right to do, right? We need to include people and all this. But a lot of problem comes from the passive discrimination, which is like people, for example, ignoring the needs of people who need accessibility, or ignoring the fact that there is not enough representation from, let's say, some gender, like for example women or non-binary people, or people from certain backgrounds, or their heritage, or this, or where they live, or their religions, all this stuff. Like, I know that everybody is trying to to not discriminate people, but a lot of times like we have to actually, there's still debate on like, oh, why we have to put extra effort to include women and non-binary people into open source contribution, and why we have to try to include people, for example, from Africa to contribute on GitHub. Well, if you look at the statistic, like GitHub still a lot of contribution from mainly in Europe or in Asia. It's not like from Africa or Latin America. So that's why, to counterbalance that, this passive discrimination, that because we are not acting enough to encourage them to have their representation. So I think that's the problem. So that's why we have to people who really care about inclusive and all this, like, need to make an effort to do that. So I agree, like we have to counter all of different kind of discrimination, whether it's like your background, your religious, or even like accessibility. There's also like not just maybe physical disability, there's also like mental disabilities, and people have learning difficulties and all this. Like, we have to make it accessible to everybody. It's a big thing to do. It's very challenging, and we are still working on it. I don't know when we're gonna, but I hope that, I'm really optimistic that things are improving, and hopefully it's a never-ending journey, and we have to keep doing it. And yeah, but I think that things are improving, and hopefully, well, we are not going to achieve the goal because the goal is so big, but we'll make it a better community, better ecosystem for everybody to at least get be able to access it without too many trouble.
Yeah, thanks, Hugh. So, Samson, how does this work in your community, the gender equality, diversity with respect to gender? Like treating the non-binary people. What is your whole take on this? especially from communities in Africa?
So I would say, just like what I mentioned earlier, like there's a lot of challenges that I believe that we're still really, really far away from solving, right? And I'll give an example. I was chairing the Open Source Festival in 2020. Oh, I can't believe it's 20. It's over already. And then I was thinking about because of my experience and working with different people, I was thinking about making or doing something close to an entire, I would say, a complete diverse conference, right? Why that's it's sort of impossible, but I tried to in some ways. And one of the things I was trying to do was that, like for example, Ariel was part of the speaker slot, and we had like a bunch of people from different part of the world that came. But then, there's some hoops that I had to jump through to, get some things that were not okay. To give an example, during the visa process, in my country, there were some discrimination about some certain type of people because of how they identify or what they believe in order to get the visa. And this is something that is not specific to my country, but I think, spread across the rest of the world. It could be your financial statements, it could be, the name or the name you decide to bear as a person. And, it just sort of spread across different part of the world. That's why, when it comes to talking about true diversity, I think, there's a lot of factors that we need to consider here. There's some place where, in some part of the world, it's almost unheard to hear some certain type of things, and then in some other part of the world, it's just crazy. Like I remember the first time I traveled as a young contributor to the US, and I was told to identify my pronoun. That was kind of really strange to me at first because it was not typically within my community. It was not something that I knew as a person, right? But then going back to what I mentioned earlier, when we're focused on the actual goal and we're focused on actually making software better and open for all, I think it's just kind of natural for people to just accept multiple people and just focus on the goal itself. Like, the Open Source Festival, my goal was to make sure that I bring in as much topics as possible, right? I was like, hey, who's the best person closer to me that can do this? Who is the best person closer to me that can do that? And that was how we were able to bring a diverse set of speakers, a diverse set of attendees, even if most of the people were Nigerians because of some funding logistics problem. But then at the end of the day, we were able to accomplish the goal, which is talking about open source in different sectors. How can designers become, better open source contributors? How can, non-code or people that are not basically contributing with code feel welcome in open source, right? From the human center part of it, it's something that is really hard. It's not just about open source itself. It's just about the way that, just like Ariel mentioned, it's just the way that the world is being shaped. It's kind of built on top of some specific or something that is not truly diverse, right? But in general, right, I would say in the open source space there have been some improvement over the years. Right now being part of the board, being part of a society that I would not generally see myself as, though I don't basically like telling myself I'm underrepresented. I'm not a huge fan of that word. But the fact that I can able to like relate with other people, it's kind of a win-win situation for me because it helps me to better think non-Africanness or non-Nigerianness and think more of a word-centric than to be very, very specific. And I think if people start thinking about that way, it just helps them make the world kind of a better place, not like a complete better place, but in a place where we can be in a position like we're here with different people and we're focusing on one topic, and that's just what I think diversity right now is going. And like I said, it's not something that I see ourselves solving in the nearest future, but I would say there have been some stats and opportunities and frameworks that have been able to help ease the process.
Yeah, Samson. So rightly, as you said, it should not be all about the discrimination, the financial statements, or your last names that should discriminate you, nor your race or the sect that you have. It's all about getting the job done. So eventually, at the end of the day, it's all about contributing to open source. Yeah. So yeah, Soumya, getting back to you. Ariel had mentioned that we need to ensure free internet, like internet accessibility, not about free internet accessibility to all. Do you think that people from, especially students who are new to the open source, they do lack the resources, or specifically if I'm talking about India, like is there an inhibition to jump into the open source community, or is there a lack of proper education in this?
Yeah, that's a really good point. And talking about, especially like you said, maybe due to lack of access to internet, some students who are very excited to contribute to open source projects out there, it may happen that they don't get the opportunity to do that because they don't have the right resources. I would say, yes, this is the situation, especially if we talk about India. There are several students out there who don't have all the resources needed to contribute to open source projects. But somewhere after the pandemic, if we talk, somewhere the situation is improved. Before pandemic, like everyone was going to their school, their offices, and there was not much significance of internet and all. But after pandemic, even those students who were at that time not able to use internet correctly, those students who had not the access to internet, they're also getting those resources. Now, like most of the things are virtual. We all know that this pandemic has taught a lot of new things to us, right? And with this with this new thing, some good things are also happening. And yes, somewhere the situation is improving, but not completely, of course. That thing, lack of right resources like laptop, etc., which are needed to contribute to any open source projects, that things are still there. And I think completely removing that part is not so easy for any open source community. Like, of course, it will take time to do that if we want to do that. So yes, that's my point of view on this topic.
Yeah. So speaking about contributions to the open source community, we've been talking a lot about the diversity aspect. So Hong, the question to you is rightly as you said, even though the official language is in English, there might be people who are not actually they've got a flair in English, or maybe they're not native speakers. So how in Fossasia you're dealing with this? Even though we have a lot of people in the community, do you think that we should have more open collaboration in translating the open source documents?
So localization and translation is not a new topic in the open source world. So people have been doing this for a very long time. But besides verbal communication, I think like Fossasia and many other open source organizations, we have the chat channel. Like from the old time, the IIC, why people want to use the chat, because it's a term of express yourself. And there's, of course, many people also argue why we use the English. It's just the language that most people use, and there's also translation tooling that people can use when they need to type. So I could say very simple thing in my opinion, and also in the Fossasia community, we enable all different means of communication. So not only verbal communication, so we have a chat channel, we have meeting, like technical meeting. If there's only people come from India in the room, I remember one time joining the meeting where people, the developer speak together in Hindi so that they can move things forward faster. But when I come in, they switch to English. But but for me, right, it really depends on the individual. So I would encourage them to speak more on the language. They don't have to worry about me. So I can only follow everything that they show on the presentation. So communication could be via a language or could be a picture. So when you do the presentation, everything documented. And if you look at recently, I also did tutor for some young students in Vietnam, and what I realized is the language capacity of capabilities of the students there are not so good. But when you look at the tutorial, so basically there are a lot of screenshots and there's step-by-step guide. Even like without knowing the language, you could somehow follow the step. So language barrier will always be there, will always be an issue. But there, of course, there are also a lot of possible solutions that we can look in, that we can look into and try to reduce the impact of this language barrier using all means of communication, using pictures, writing good documentation with a lot of screenshot, short text, and sometimes just like writing very simple sentences, it would also help already for the people who do not speak English as a native language. Yeah.
Yeah, Chiuk. So as Hong Fook told, language is definitely a barrier to allow people to communicate in the community. That's what Hong Fook had told. So what is your take on this? Is the language the only barrier for contributing to the community, or is it like as we started discussing, education plays a role, lack of proper resources?
Yeah, definitely. Language is one thing that, like, because most of the documentation, I'm pretty sure that they are written in English. So in Python community, there is a big because we have grown much bigger, and like there's Spanish community that they are trying to build the Spanish version of the documentation, which is lovely. Like they're very enthusiastic, and I'm really happy to see that. And but also, you know, for other things that to consider in writing documentation or for communication is that, for example, documentation, like I said, there are some people that they maybe have a special need that is not that obvious, that maybe try to use the fonts that is like more dyslexic friendly or things like that. And also, you know, if you can try to be more diverse in your languages. Also, there is other things that, for example, I see that I struggle a lot when I organize event is actually, for example, we try to have, now the world is going crazy and we're trying to have online events, but the internet connection in Africa is not always the best. I think it's not just Africa, but maybe some countries, they are not the best. So yeah, but that is a very, very difficult barrier to overcome, because like hardware is something that we really can't do much. It's kind of the local authority need to be in charge. So so we are trying to figure it out, like on our side, what we can do, maybe not so rely on real life streaming, because that's really too much you know, bandwidth dependent. Maybe do something that people can, you know, download it when they can and then work on it by themselves if they can. And so there's actually a lot of consideration, like especially after the pandemic, we see that there are actually some limitation that we never thought before, that now it start to, oh, you know, since, you know, people are reaching out to wider, not like confined geometrically, because, you know, everybody's kind of confined at home, so people are seeking out online. And then we see that actually even online there's a lot of limitation that we see. So yeah, so language is one thing, infrastructure is one thing. So yeah, so this all these things that, you know, we may overlook from time to time in our daily life, that we have to now like pay attention, sometimes even extra effort to go and do that, to kind of, like I said, being active to counteract the in, you know, the passive discrimination. So yeah.
Yeah. So Ariel, you had given this thread, this very interesting thread regarding the internet accessibility to all. So do you think that is something to be dealt with, or can that be dealt with so easily? Should we include more like guiding principles for students to get involved with community, to respect all the genders? So what do you think?
Ooh, all of this is quite difficult. Like, they're all very difficult questions, but the one thing that I want to make sure is said, just in case we run out of time, is just how important discussions like this are to this topic in general. So if you're not having discussions like this within your communities, I would super encourage you to, even if it feels uncomfortable, even if it feels tense, even if it's sort of like you're not quite sure if the thing that you want to say is like correct or right or things like that. It's better that the communication happens. But there was just one thing that I wanted to say about language, and I didn't realize this until I was taught essentially. And because I'm, you know, white British English speaking person, and I only have one other second language that I don't speak particularly well, the one thing that I got taught very early on was the difficulty in like sort of slang terms or language which is very cultural, essentially. So when I'm commenting on issues and things like that, and maybe I use like phrases or metaphors or things that are make sense to me as a person where I live, it might not be clear to another person. So I really made a lot of effort to kind of remove those kinds of things from my communications with people across the world, because I want people to understand me, right? I don't want miscommunication to happen. It's more important that everyone kind of can communicate. But that's kind of one thing that I know that I learned and changed. It was easy to change my behavior. It's super easy. Eventually, it took me a while. But as far as like work on gender, I don't think that there's a magic way to have this kind of change to be like amazingly inclusive. And I think different kinds of people will need and want different things, right? So some people like me can enter a community and know that, you know, I can figure out whether they're going to be inclusive or not, or whether I want to enter that community or not. But there's going to be some people, and I know these people, and, you know, I've experienced this myself, where they are looking for specific, you know, those phrases which are, you know, we have other non-binary people in our community, or we really want to know what our tool could do differently to be more inclusive of non-binary people, like, or other kind of marginalized genders. So, you know, and there's being inclusive, I don't think that. So here's a kind of slightly controversial statement. If you put in your README or contributing documentation, we welcome everybody of all genders, ethnicities, sexualities, you're going to ease and make other people feel more safe. The particular people that is going to help them feel more safe, they will read that and they will notice, and they will be like, okay, that community has said that they are dedicated to this. The only people that you're going to not get in your community are the people that kind of look at that and go, oh, I don't want to be in a community that welcomes these. So you're actually going to get more people that you kind of want to attract, and the only people that's going to put off are people that don't agree with that for some reason. But I think there are lots of things that you can do that are reasonably simple. I mean, I love it when people put pronouns in their you know, Zoom names or their profiles places. I would love to see more pronouns on GitHub profiles and things like that. So, and I would love to see kind of definitely more gender neutral language being used, like generally. That's what I would love to see. But I'm under no false impressions that it will happen overnight. And practice, I think practice, you know, with people that you feel safe.
Yeah, I would like to add one thing that, like, for the gender kind of addressing and gender in language, and like I noticed that a lot of my colleagues will be using "Hey guys" to address everybody, but in our team there's not just guys, you know, male in our team. So yeah, so I try to avoid using that right now. I would try to use "Hey folks" or like "Hey people," or just to try to use a gender neutral term to address everybody.
Yeah, that is really great. Yeah. Samson, the whole discussion was all about, I mean, this particular thread was about the aspects in education and free internet, like, I mean, internet accessibility. So from the perspective of students in Africa, How do you feel it? How do you feel like is the education truly being inclusive, like welcoming this technology, or are students still not into the open source ecosystem?
So it's quite interesting, right? So one, I feel like personally, I may be very biased talking about or representing the continent, right? Because again, the way I grew up was a little bit a bit different, right? But based on what I've seen within my society and within my friends and people that I am really close to, and including family, um, just like every country that was sort of colonized by some certain countries are bound to use what those countries like. For example, we were colonized with British folks, so we speak English. But then there are some folks in the country that prefer speaking some other languages, right? And even me as a person right now in my country, I do have problems 99.9% of the time communicating to my country folks, right? Because, like I said, diversity is just something that I don't see it in a way that it will eventually become 100% over, because there's still a lot of fundamental things. And some of the times, again, this might be a little bit controversial, but some of the times, when we say diversity, it's sometimes about accepting some certain kind of culture that is supposed to be the most generic, right? So I was making an argument with somebody at some point when someone said, "Hey, why did the world decide to use English as a generic language of the world, right?" And I was like, that's true. Maybe because the British folks were like most of the continent were everywhere. But then when I go to some countries that are very very old, like I do some stuff with the UN, so I sometimes get to travel to Ethiopia, which is a little bit old fashioned, and they're not so receptive to the Western world. And it's still so different, right? And this is a country within Africa, and arguably one of the oldest country in terms of like existence and names and all that. And it's just quite interesting that when I go there, I just kind of like relearn things or start unlearning some things that I get to like I know from my country or places that I've been influenced to, but then I start learning different things, right? And that's why I feel like in order to have a better representations of code contributions, again, by even saying code contributions in open source, it's kind of a mixed bag when it comes to diversity. So I would probably just focus on when it comes to contributing to open source, irrespective of whatever skill you have in open source, we need to start thinking about what are those people making the decisions? Who are the boards? Who are the maintainers? Who are the people that would accept this pull request? So what are those people that would accept the grants or fund these people, right? Because I think there was a time I was doing some work around all contributions in open source, and I was talking to Ari. I was like, one of the reasons I feel like designers are not typically accept welcome in the open source space in general is because there are less designers that are maintainers. It's not that it's kind of difficult for them to eventually become a maintainer, is because we often confuse open source and open source software, right? Or open source code. And then there's some organizations that are by the way it's being designed. So I would say, let's say, Terminal or some dev tool, right? Just by the dev tool, that means 99.9% of the contributions are going to be focusing on developers, code, and some other stuff. But then there's some other projects or some other tools that are very generic. Let's say something that involves writing, or like some open source software that is not just about terminal, or something that is sort of closed down to engineers. But then I think by its definition alone has its own, it's not very welcoming, because if an average person, if an African go to open source, go to Google and say, what is open source? 99.9% of the time, it's not relatable to that person, because one, it's not cultural, one, and then they might not necessarily see themselves as the persona of that community, right? So that's why I always encourage community to always look for the ways to include this certain individuals that you're looking to involve in your community as part of the decision makers. If you want to have younger people in your project, and then the closer age to that community is about 40 plus, then you're definitely going to be losing under 30 folks because you not necessarily get the context of what of how to attract those set of individuals. The same thing goes to race, the same thing goes to language, the same thing goes to gender, the same thing goes to even the contribution for personas, right? So we can't necessarily start talking about quality of code or quality of project when on the upstream side of things is very smaller, and then the decision makers are in this box, right? So that's how I look at things, and to kind of come back to Africa a little bit, just like what I said, Africa can be one in a way. We can, open source can make Africa one because it's not one. What I mean, it's not one. I'm talking about language and diversity. My country speaks over 700 languages. I barely speak two, right? An average Nigerian speak about four. Then there's something called the Pidgin English. If you follow me on Twitter, I sometimes tweet a lot on that. But the open source can make me closer to somebody in the north because there would be a problem in communications. But then the most important part is inviting somebody from that north to come and attract more people from their specifics, right? So that's how I view things, right? Open source can bring people all together because the word, like I said earlier, is just different. Africa is, I heard about it, over 1,000 languages and over 1,000 ethnic groups. So there's a lot of things that we need to start thinking about when it comes to diversity in contributions. And in order for us to have better representations of that, it has to come from the decision makers, right? That needs to be diverse for the contribution level, the contributors level have to be diverse. So that's just my own take on that.
Yeah, that was really, really wonderful to know. You are already from a very diverse and inclusive community, Samson. So can you quickly take in one or two questions from the audience? So audience, feel free to unmute yourself or post your questions in the chat. So I think we already have a question, and how can we reduce the disparities experienced by members of the LGBTQA and other underrepresented communities? Ariel, you want to answer that? You want to answer that question?
I don't know really how to particularly reduce, but I can speak to my own experience as a member of the LGBTQIA plus community, and I can sort of explain some of the things that I've experienced and that how those could be easily avoided. I think is probably the best way of saying the things that we can reduce for that. So I just got a confirmation from Samson to say this. So thank you for your consent with this, Samson. But when Samson invited me to go to the Open Source Community Africa Festival, he explicitly said to me, what are the ways in which we can make you feel welcome and make you feel included, because we really want to have you there, and we know that how out you are and how public you are with like your identity as far as gender identity and your LGBT status. And I don't get asked that very often when I get invited to festivals. I certainly don't get asked that by the West, right? The West seems to think that they're very inclusive and perfect, but they don't ask because they think that they're by default inclusive. And actually I found a lot more acceptance and a lot more conversation from communities themselves that have experienced other kinds of marginalization, right? I think that there is a real sense of some sharing between like communities that have been oppressed essentially to some extent, and there's no equalness to it's just similar-ish experiences. But that was amazing to me. I couldn't express how surprised at first and how thankful I was to be acknowledged, one, and also be made comfortable with my identity and things like that. So I actually think that you can do that. You can either do it on an individual basis or you can do it on a more general basis, because it is sometimes quite unsafe for people in the LGBTQIA plus community to self-disclose, because in case folks here don't know, often if you identify within the LGBT plus community, you often have to make an assessment. Every time you talk to any person or any community, you have to make that choice. Is this person going to hate me? Or are they going to accept me? Are they going to attack me? Or are they not going to attack me? Whether that's verbally, whether that's physically, you know. And I hate to say this, but it's just a reality of the world that we live in. So, and it can happen in open source. And I've had a lot of comments from people in open source, like things, pardon my kind of quite harsh language. I'm not going to use any like offensive language, but just these are quite hard things to hear. But I've definitely been asked about my genitals. I've been asked about, like, you know, my gender identity, and this is within open source spaces. So people have kind of seen my pronouns and been like, what are you? And it's like, well, I'm a designer and I contribute to open source. What else do you need to know about my ability to contribute? You know, this is something to who I am. And I know that there's a curiosity about those kinds of things. And again, like I said, I'm like quite old now, so I've heard a lot of these kind of questions. But if you are able to say to folks that are more open, or even those that aren't open, hey, is there a way that we can make you feel more secure, more safe? And that isn't necessarily always a static thing. So I did not always identify in the way that I identify right now. So I did not always identify as non-binary. I did not always identify as trans, you know. So I think that there is something that needs to be understood about gender identity, particularly, that is very fluid and very, you know, can change over time. So it doesn't, I think this kind of applies to diversity and inclusion generally, is it doesn't stay fixed in one position. So, you know, that there is sort of things that can change over time. As far as, so how can we reduce the disparities? I would just love to see more genuine commitment. So I think that something that was spoken about a little bit earlier is like this, it's something that we call rainbow washing in the community, or pink washing. So it's essentially when a community or a company just make their logo rainbow, and it's like, fine, yeah, you've made your logo rainbow, great, but how are you going to commit to, you know, providing opportunities for people in the LGBT community? And what I want to see more are just those commitments. So they can be small. It can be about, you know, maybe your open source project wants to do a hackathon just for LGBT people, and it's a very, you know, sort of safe space for that. And it's like, okay, we're going to try this first, and then maybe we'll try something where we're doing an open hackathon for each kind of community to meet each other. Or maybe, you know, we start doing pronouns, or maybe we start like talking about kind of how we can improve things from that community. But I'd love to hear from anyone else around like reducing disparities in other kind of underrepresented majorities and communities.
Yeah, sure. Anyone wants to add to this, what Ariel has told?
Yeah, I think again, like, it's a long battle. I remember there's a funny story about like the toilet talks that we have in conferences, that because is one of the conference, Python conference, that is happened like to be in a very historical building, beautiful historical building, that so the toilet was already labeled ladies and gentlemen, just traditionally it has been there for hundreds of years, and then but we try to make it, you know, degenderize it, just to try, okay, this is the toilet with you know, with the urinals. This is toilet without the urinals, and then you use whatever you like. You no judgment, and so this is why every morning we have to make these toilet talks. Is being like, you know, because this is what we are at the moment in, you know, in our, you know, modern society. Is like it should be more open to people to use whatever they see fit, you know, going to the toilet. And so if you see someone that maybe is not someone you expect to be in that toilet, don't be surprised, because, you know, that's their choice. And then if, you know, if they don't, you know, well, you know, they just do their own business, right? Like don't kind of so I know it's a big struggle of like, as I, you know, I myself don't have that much problem, but like I do have friends who also like maybe feel more uncomfortable about all these kind of non-unisex toilet, like feeling awkward going to a toilet that they think that they should be using, but people have weird looks on them. So it's even the toilet is a big battle. So yeah, I understand. So yeah, so that's why it's a lot of effort, and we should keep doing it. And Yeah.
Yeah, let me quickly take one more question from the audience. What is the impact of diversity in open source community on code quality and productivity? So anyone would like to answer this question? Impact of diversity in open source community on code quality and productivity.
Yeah. So I think that's a very interesting question, right? Most of the time when I'm talking to people or doing some writing, I was always saying like the more diverse people make better software, makes better company, and the reason for that is because and I'll try to use this might be a little bit controversial again, but I'll try to use a how would I put it? I would try to use a mobile world structure that we use right now in these days. One of the reasons I feel like Android, the operating system, was become really, really successful in the world is because of how one, it was open source, or it is. I don't know about the state now, but at some point it was open source. There was a lot of people that were working on the code, and a lot of people that were also considering a lot of factors. For example, the structure in terms of like cellular and internet in the US might be a little bit different from Nigeria or some other part of the world, and that's why when it eventually become an operating system itself, it just blew off. It became really, really crazy to the point that even the ones that were introduced before the Android was existing was just not putting it off. Like so, for example, like one the iPhones were at that time was really, really expensive, and if you want to get people into using your software, you need to start thinking about, okay, what is the purchasing power of, like, is the purchasing power of the US the same with somebody in someone in Latin America or in someone in Asia or in someone in the US, I'm sorry, in someone in Africa. So when you start, just like the same thing I was talking about, how if we're talking about diversity and then you're not looking at it from the maintainers or the decision makers level, you're just basically going to be losing a lot of people. So the people that are actually writing code or doing stuff that would impact other people, if the set of individuals that you want to be shipping this code to are not like yourself, there's more than high percent chances that they might not necessarily relate to the product that you're doing, and that's why there's research, right? That's why companies and individuals or even open source projects get to send out researchers to go out there to pick out different personas and then get the feedback and then sending back to the team, and then they start looking at, okay, maybe in order for us to make this game heavily on, like, let's say 20 Mbps, maybe somebody in Rwanda might not necessarily have that enough speed in order to make to see the uniqueness of this product. So and even I think one of the biggest challenge right now in the software world is about facial recognition, right? Which has always been a very interesting topic. A friend of mine over at MIT, I think I can't remember her name, but she's black, and she was talking about how most of the time when she gets to do stuff that requires facial scanning, there's even a time where they were backlashing the Apple Face ID and some other technology that identified people or concurrently place people's face based on the way they look. So again, if you look at most of the time it's not necessarily the company's problem, but because the people they decide to empower to make this code or to make this product, we're not thinking outside of the box or outside of the place that they definitely going to be shipping this code to. So again, just like any community or any effort in the open source space, even on a commercial angle, when you start shallowing your mind to some specific groups, that means your code would or your product would just be related to those set of individuals. But when you're thinking about global reach or global usage, then you need to start thinking about, okay, what would somebody in what would a non-English speaker see, or like what would someone that can't really see, how can they interact? There's just a bunch of things that we need to start looking at when it comes to actual diversity. But again, if most of these companies start hiring more people that that would eventually use the software, that makes it better for the world, right? So that's how I look at things when it comes to the impact of how code is written and how product is being shipped.
Yeah, thanks, Samson. Let's have the final lap. Maybe we can conclude this session with a quick thought on what is the role of open source in creating a truly inclusive and diverse community? How does open source softwares, maybe open source technology, help communities to be really inclusive and diverse? Soumya.
Yeah, sure. So with my experience contributing to open source projects, I really feel that open source play a very significant role in promoting diversity and inclusion. Like it always welcome all type of contribution from all type of people. So it's always, of course, like it's giving you a sign that we are open to all type of contributions. Of course, it's promoting diversity and inclusion. It's like open source community never say like we only want contribution from this particular age group, or only like Africans or only Indians can contribute to our project. So obviously they are open to all, and this is really a great thing about open source communities and projects. And yeah, like the main motive of open source is this only, like they are open to all, like whoever you are. Yeah.
Thanks, Soumya. Chick, what do you think? Does open source play a pivotal role in bringing a truly inclusive and diverse community?
Yeah, I think that open source, of course, I would say that open source is different from free software. The main reason is that because the source are open, so people can learn from it. It's not just the software is free to use, but it also people can learn from, oh, if I want to develop something for myself, or I always do this actually, like go to GitHub, found some projects that I've been maybe contribute before. I was like, oh, how do they set it up so they can publish the library and all this stuff? So I learned from them by looking at the source code. So it's also kind of an open, free learning opportunity for people who ever have access to the internet. So it kind of like help open some doors for lots of people, I am sure, but also because from my experience, because open source communities are really like trying so hard to be inclusive, and there's actually a lot to learn from that kind of aspect as well, that for other communities, for other groups, or even companies, that like they should try to learn from all these open source community that like try to be inclusive, like, oh, what effort they use to make, for example, maybe like what Ariel was mentioning, the pronoun thing, then, oh, now it's like more and more event trying to adopt that, like, okay, encourage people to put their pronouns in their badges, and so there's no guessing, no embarrassment. So yeah, I think there's in both aspect of like learning opportunity for technical kind of aspect, and also for community building and having a more inclusive environment, also kind of set an example for a lot of other communities as well.
Thanks, Chief. Samson, what does it say? Do you think open source has got a bright future? It is really going to change things out there? Do we really have a truly inclusive, diverse community? What is the future for open source?
I think the future of open source, this is quite interesting, because that was the tagline of my event in 2020, where we said the future is open, right? And the reason why we said the future is open is because when you have an open society, or when literally things started, once things become non-proprietary, that gives room for learning. People like, for me to be able to work with somebody in the US, or like, get to interact with, Ariel, for example, I was in an open space, and that gave me an open opportunity for me to get to understand Ariel, and to also adapt, like just like how Ariel mentioned, when we were planning about the festival, I had the opportunity to go to an event that made a conscious effort to place complete diversity, and I wanted the same thing in my community, even if the government at that time was not, or even till now, which is quite interesting, at that time has made this thing prohibited at some point, and I actually had to jump on a call talking about, comfortability. Like, hey, like I'm apologizing in advance in whatever stuff that you're going to be experiencing. Maybe, just like in the sign in the toilet or some certain things. Some people might be doing it out of, because they have not really had that open opportunity for them to see the world in an open way. So open source, most people have been mentioning, is like the act of something being open gives an opportunity for people to get to see things and interact and even learn more. And that's why I feel like the world eventually will become some kind of a better place when things eventually start getting more transparent and more open. So that's my thought on that.
Ariel, as a conclusory note, I think this is the way to go. Like you suggested, there should be talks on diversity and inclusion in open source. Like we need to educate the society. So how do you see the future for open source? Can we create a truly inclusive and diverse community?
Yes, we can. I honestly, truly, even though I'm critical of open source in a lot of ways, it's because I love it, right? You love you are critical of the things that you love and you believe in because you want them to be better and you want them to be the best that they can be. And I honestly, truly think that open source can do what proprietary tools and commercial companies cannot do, which is be a true connector globally. And I see it evidenced here right now. We are spread out in many different places in the world. And this is what I see as the beautiful thing of open source. I've come to understand what the open source software ecosystem is like in all different countries and what particularly designers are doing in different countries. And I'm able to be part of that in the way that I am part of that. And it's able to, open source is able to offer alternatives to this proprietary commercial world. And you can see that starting to change in really interesting ways in the design space in open source. So how designers are engaging in open source tools as an alternative to the traditional way that designers get into the industry of working for free or doing unpaid internships. It's like, actually, you can be part of a community, you can learn so much and participate. So I honestly think that it is the place that will do the groundbreaking work.
Thank you, Ariel. And Hong, what do you think about the whole thing? Like, what is the way forward for open source? Is it the bright future? Can we expect diversity and inclusivity at a larger level?
Yes, so as other speakers already confirmed that yes, it is possible. What I want to say is for open source is a term, but the change happened by the people. So only people can make a difference, right? From today, I also learned a lot of solutions that I have never get a chance to know before. And I think to embrace diversity and open source, it needs to diversity, inclusive in open source. There always need to be two-way in the individual level. I wish there are more people who would speak up when they don't feel comfortable. And for organization and for other contributors, like whatever we can commit to do something, do something. So it's similar to what you did say. So the organizing a panel like this to raise the awareness to the people. Sometimes people don't just don't understand when they do something that makes someone feel uncomfortable. Like Jack mentioned before, it's more about passive discrimination. People are not aware of their behavior that could hurt someone else. So it's very important for us to be together to organize more discussion like this to raise awareness and also to encourage and give space for the people in our community to speak up, to share their experience. And after this, so I can say that I will commit, try to make sure that we have one panel like this at all the events that Fossasia organize. And I will see if we can incorporate some of the suggestions being discussed here in this panel. Also, finally, I would like to thank Jakob for bringing us here together, for engaging Fossasia in the organization of this event. We really proud and really appreciate the collaboration with you and with the university. We're looking forward to work more with you and everyone here in the future.
Sure, thanks, Hong. A big salute from our side for being part of this Open Source Summit. So Fossasia had really been a truly inclusive community. You had been so welcoming, especially you and Mario. So a big thanks from the entire team of Open Source Summit. I thank all the speakers. I thank Ariel, Chiuk, Hong, Samson, and Saumya. I think we had a productive discussion. We had quite a good number of topics to discuss on, some questions that we had taken from the audience. So it was really great to have you. So looking forward to keeping in touch with you. A big thanks from the entire team of Open Source Summit. So to conclude, we are talking about we need equality at all levels. Gender equality, we need to overcome the language barriers. We talked about the internet accessibility, making it available for all the limitations of open source resources in education. The community should be welcoming. It should welcome people from all genders, be it male, female, or the other communities, not non-binary gender. Everyone should be welcome in the community, and people should not feel that they are left alone in the community. So I think this discussion was in the right tone, in the right direction, and I hope together let's believe that open source can truly create an inclusive and diverse community. Thank you.
Thank you all. It was great talking to you all. Bye-bye.
Bye. So thank you all. So we are about to come to the end of the 5-day Open Source Summit. So participants don't leave. It will be a short validatory function. So I request you all to kindly be in the meeting. So I request Ria Matthews, co-coordinator of the summit, to give the conclusory remarks.
Good evening, one and all. With over 1,300 plus registration and over 700 plus participants attending the various sessions of the Open Source Summit India 2021, we believe the summit has served its purpose. We had registration from almost all states in India. We had people registering from countries like Singapore, Australia, Switzerland, US, and UK. Undoubtedly, this is a collective effort. We need more people to contribute to the open source ecosystem. We need more people to be part of this amazing community. We were able to bring you the bestest that we could offer. We believe that it was a journey worth the trot, and you were walking with the journey with us and not falling behind. As we know, all good things should come to an end. Through each and every single moment of this summit, you all have been the real motivation. A big thank you from the whole team. It will be awesome if any one of you can unmute yourself and share the experience you had with the Open Source Summit.
We welcome participants to share your experience, your feedback.
Yeah, can I just come in?
Yeah, please.
So I hope I'm audible.
Yes, Beryl, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you. So a very good afternoon to all the organizers and participants. So myself, Beryl Thomas, I'm working as a project associate at NIT Surathkal, and I am an alumni of Saintgits College of Engineering, Computer Science Department itself. And I feel very happy and proud and privileged to have came across the publication materials about this program. I had made up my mind to be a part of this session. So in fact, I was an alumni of Saintgits, but I will have to admit that ever since graduating from the college, I haven't really been into coding that much, but still I've been around in technical domains itself as an administrator and as a manager. That's been my profile all this life. And often I've been a part of the open source community, open source initiatives ever since, in fact, even before college times itself. And the earlier version of what you have as Saintgits open source club, we had, I think, initiated at that point of time, it was called Saintgits Free Software Cell. So even then I was actively involved with that. And even now, I took this as a learning opportunity to keep myself up to date and up to pace with the current trends and technologies in the open source ecosystem. And once more, yeah, even sometimes many of you might be familiar. It's a project funded by the National Mission on Education through ICT by Ministry of Education, Government of India. So its backend is its repository is maintained in GitLab, and it's a community-driven initiative that is coordinated by IIT Delhi and 11 other consortium members, 11 other participating institutes and students from different colleges and faculty members from across the country. So it's aimed at offering labs or practical subjects in engineering and science through digital simulation. So if you're interested, you can look that up as well. So even though I've been on the managerial side, the non-technical side of all these things, there has been a good learning experience, and it has, and that has been the objective of this program itself. And I take this moment to give a big round of applause to all the organizers from my alma mater and Fossasia and all the other co-organizers for organizing such a grandiose transnational event that was 5 days long, and for dedicating such a huge amount of time and effort for the cause of open source technologies. So thank you. I'd like to stop it here. Yeah.
Thanks, Burrell. Do we have any more feedback from the participants? You're welcome. Your feedback means a lot to us.
Hi, Jacob. This is Bijoy.
Yeah, hi, Bijoy.
Yeah, I hope you can see me. Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, hi guys. So I am a project lead and a program manager for KPMG in Bangalore. And I'm also actually Saintgits alumni. Being KPMG, right? We were actually not much into open source for a really long time. But when realizing that, there is not much control over what you are actually dealing with. Like, when you are using any kind of proprietary softwares or anything like that, that is when the realization comes that, if you handle it, you will be having the control. So that, I think that is where actually the event, there is actually a sync up with like industry as well as with OpenShift. As well as with open source actually. And that is where actually the bridge happens. And this is one of the realization that many of the big fours or many of the organizations are actually realizing it recently. Many are actually moving to open source. And recently, my project, we are also moving from using proprietary to open source in a very large scale. And when I saw the post from Riamis on conducting this particular event, actually I was enthusiastic, and I was more into the Hyperledger. That is where actually my focus was majorly on. And many of the sessions that I attended were majorly focused on the hands-on on Hyperledger, and then many of the talks that we actually followed for Hyperledger, etc., and that kind of blockchain scenarios. That is where actually my focus was on, but still I could get very much information as well as a lot of input from others as well. CI/CD from all, actually that was really helpful, as well as on GitLab, and then AWS. There was an SDK actually that was actually discussed, and everything was really helpful. And one thing that I can agree upon is that this is my first event. Okay, that, just to confirm that this is the first time actually I'm being part of a summit, being open source summit. And one thing that I can agree or that I can guarantee is that next time when it happens, my entire team will be there. Okay, I will make sure that most of them from my team, okay, as well as many from KPMG Bangalore will be attending this one, because I mean there is a lot to learn, and it's not about doing what the industry wants. Okay, there is a lot much to get. And one more thing that I would like to request to many of the members here is that even though we say open source ecosystem, right? We still, I think, I mean, we still lack an ecosystem when it comes to connecting. Okay, I feel like, I mean, everything is scattered. Okay, there are a lot many open source projects. They are really better, even better than proprietary softwares or anything like that in the same domain. But there is a lack of connectivity. Like, I mean, for example, if you consider Apple, right? I mean, even though Apple is very much behind when we are actually comparing it to Android, but they have an ecosystem that connects everything. Okay, similar to that one, I think it's far time that maybe Linux Foundation, people from Linux Foundation can actually plan on something like to bring everything together, so that it's not just about creating an open source project and then making that single entity bigger, but it's more like connecting everything together under one umbrella maybe. Okay, so that, for example, when I was studying in Saintgits, right, I mean, there was not much into that push was not there to being part of an open source platform. So I think that, I mean, if we have such kind of umbrella, even that can be actually that can be part of the curriculum, and then there can be more push for students to actually being part of it. I still think that, I mean, there are a lot many students who still don't get what actually the impact of open source can be. Okay, they might not be realizing that, but I think maybe if it is part of the curriculum itself, there might be a better impact on moving towards open source. And it's not just about getting a job after you graduate, but it's more like, I mean, you have to create that bond that, I mean, people actually can take you even without even asking a single question, even just by looking at your profile. So that is the impact that open source can actually give you. Okay, yeah, that's it. And congratulations and best of luck for the entire community. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Bijoy. Thanks for sharing your feedback. Any more feedbacks from the participants? Maybe from outside Kerala? Please feel free to unmute yourself or put it in the chat box. Okay, so let me take this opportunity to thank every one of you, especially I would like to thank Fossasia, Hong Fook and Mario Berling for being the co-organizers for this Open Source Summit. I would like to thank the entire management of Saintgits College of Engineering, especially all the faculty members of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. Especially I would like to thank our sponsors, Nfelix Event Hub, Code for Course, our streaming partner, Blocktides, Block Leaders, LF AI and Data Foundation, the GNOME Foundation, and the CSI Students Chapter, and Foundation of Public Code. So we had almost 28 plus speakers, almost 30 speakers, and 20 plus sessions. So I really believe it was really beneficial for you all. So I think, yeah, Joseph, you want to speak? Please feel free to speak.
Yes, thank you. I would like to give some feedback. I enjoyed the entire session. I'm an open source enthusiast, and yeah, we were just thinking about open source contribution in the coding domain, but yeah, after coming to the summit, I learned more about the other areas and also, and Yeah, I'm totally very excited about the summit and learned a lot. Thank you for organizing this summit.
Yeah, thanks, Joseph. So you were asking about how to join the Saintgits Open Source Club. So you can surely follow the activities of the Saintgits Open Source Club. So we are also planning to conduct some outreach programs. So you can surely be part of that. Please share your contact details in the feedback form. We shall surely get back to you and make sure that you get connected with the Saintgits Open Source Club. Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you.
So any more feedback? Anyone wants to speak? Please feel free to. Thank you, Lakshmi. Lakshmi Priya Vijayan, you want to speak? You want to turn on your microphone and speak? So I hope you are done with this feedback. So as a concluding note, thank you so much. Without your active participation, no event is a real success. So hopefully we can see next year, maybe with the second edition of Open Source Summit, better version 2.0. So thank you so much. Thanks from the entire team of Open Source Summit. So we'll be sharing you your certificates. We need to sort out the attendance and the feedbacks that you have given. Like maybe it takes another 1 or 2 weeks time, so we'll surely get back to you. Please feel free to follow the Saintgits Open Source Club on Twitter and LinkedIn. It's already available with you, I hope, and you already have a Telegram group, so I can share the details in the Telegram group too. So thank you so much. Bye, take care.